Everybody cool. Everybody be cool. Whoa, hey, look at that.
Oh,
Hey, there's a different
ah,
face here this week.
ah.
Everybody, there's Reed over there in the Game Master thing. And as you'll see, this is not D&D. This is a completely different thing that we're helping out to do a little sort of beta test, little live fire exercise kind of thing. Whatever
Wait a
you'd
minute,
like
this
to.
isn't D&D? I thought I was playing a very scaly half-orc right now,
I mean, you
with a
kind of
hump
are.
on his back.
Isn't it all just,
Okay,
it's just skins, right? No, it
it's
works.
just archetypes, right?
Yeah, no, it's a very different system from your typical Roll20 and or excuse me, your 5e Roll20 where we're playing. But anyways, Reed, you designed this system. You are game master for this system, so I'll hand it over to you to just explain what it is we're doing, and then any sort of recap, whatever we want from last week when we were offline.
Cool. Hello. Yeah. So I'm Reed. Hello. And this I've played a lot of Fifth Edition and actually a lot of other games as well, but always been fond of sci-fi, and the Mass Effect series is a favorite of mine. So a while back, a friend of mine who's also a fan was like, someone should design a tabletop game for Mass Effect so that we could play it, and then looked meaningfully at me for like 5 minutes. So I was like,
Prolonged eye contact.
so I was like, fine, I guess I'll do it. So anyway,
This is how we get. That's how we get Sid a DM too. Honestly,
Gotta go.
we just stealth drop
Yeah.
it every couple days. Like, yeah. So when Sid DMs, wink, wink.
yeah. So anyway, it works. So yeah, I started working on this. I don't remember. It feels like 100 years ago. It's been like a year. And yeah, it's still very much. I'm still very much experimenting with like different ways to handle basic parts of the rules or whatever. I'm not going to explain how the basic rules work because hopefully that will become evident as we actually play. But suffice it to say, this is sort of version B of the core system, and I have this lovely group of people to help me out and see if it works
Yay.
or if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I win either way.
TLDR, we're doing a Mass Effect. We talked about it forever, and all we needed was a completely different person from the normal group to have completely designed it.
So yeah. So anyway, I'm
Modern
here.
problems,
Yeah.
modern solutions.
There we go. So I'm here to deliver on that promise that I didn't realize was a promise in some capacity. So I guess we'll see what happens. Anyway, yeah. So with that, don't need to listen to me ramble anymore at this point, frankly. So we can go ahead and get back to where we were because we have a lot to get to today, actually. So does someone who isn't me want to recap just for fun, or do you want me to do it?
I'll do it.
I
That
went down
that
a
might be
hallway,
hard. That might be
And-
hard.
And I opened a door,
No,
And
it's
there was
pretty
nothing
usually
there.
pretty good. We usually get a ton of gear by the end of this.
and then there was somebody there, and then I closed a door, and then there was nothing there, and then I opened a door, and there was something there, and then I closed another door. It was just a lot of door openings and ultra regrets. It's basically what
She's out
happened.
of line, but she's not wrong.
Yeah, yeah, so it's an extended game of Husk Peekaboo. Yeah, so yeah, that honestly that is a pretty good summary. I'll provide a little bit more framing, both for just as a reminder to people, and also Andrew, for your benefit because you weren't here last time, and also for anybody who is just tuned in and is like, what's all this then? So basically, the premise here is this is presenting this immediately after some version of the end of Mass Effect 3. Is it one of the canonical endings or the canonical ending? I don't really know or care.
Assimilation theory.
Yeah, this is Chandler continuity, so whatever, anything's possible. But anyway, my last name's Chandler, by the way. So the
Now give out your SSID and address, all on the internet.
okay, yeah, let me get my wallet. Anyway, so it's immediately after that, like as in to say that the war ended like yesterday ish, 36 hours ago, whatever. So that's the time. The place is actually the Citadel, which if y'all are familiar, you know that means that we are actually in Earth orbit at the moment. For the Citadel was moved there by the Reapers for reasons. Anyway, so that's where we are currently. Specifically, the group is on the Tayseri ward. Probably saying that wrong, but I don't know. Which canonically was the most heavily damaged of the wards, both before and after the Reapers attacked it for the second time. So it's in pretty bad shape. There's a lot of sections of the ward that are basically like the power's off, utilities are down, communications are kind of really scattershot, and actually there are quite a few sections, particularly in the larger towers that are more exposed to space, where environmental systems have completely broken down, and there might not be any atmosphere or gravity or other things that non-Geth need to stay alive.
Only weenies need those things. What is it, air? Do I even need that? I got 4 balls.
And 6 lungs. Yeah.
I'll just hold my breath. I'll see you on Earth.
Anyway, cut to the surface of Earth. A shooting star goes by. I wonder what that was. Anyway, so that's the place. To be more specific about the place, we actually are in one of those. We are in one of those tall structures on the ward. The group, which actually, if memory serves, the 3 of you did know each other and have worked together in a mercenary-esque capacity prior to this whole thing, and this whole thing being the Reaper War, got trapped on the Citadel when it got attacked, and sort of were unceremoniously dragged here to the Sol system, and have basically been, playing a survivor's game of hide and seek with the Reapers ever since. Now that things seem to have sort of changed, and you're not being actively hunted for some reason that your characters don't know, within, again, the last 36 hours or so, you are making a bid to find anything that flies so as to get out of here. You had spotted what appeared to be a small, intact garage on one of the Citadel's sort of megastructures. Worked your way over to it, and we opened the last time in basically a small apartment-esque setting, about to make the final push to get to where the garage is. Yeah, that's where we were, and of course, then that's where what Sid was saying about going down halls and opening doors and then closing doors and having regrets sort of kicked in because there were husks and other miscellaneous wandering Reaper remnant forces who apparently live here now, and apparently don't want you to go and find anything, find any kind of car. So that's where we're at. And let it not be forgotten that the best moment from last session, which was the observation there in the walls, regarding the many husks which are kind of attempting to surround you. Were at that point attempting to surround you. That's basically all of that. Now, we'll pick up with that in a hot second. But firstly, Andrew, you weren't here last time. I could just, plot hole you into existence right now. That being said, I think it would be my preference to not do that, and rather give it to you to answer a question for me, which is, I'll half answer it for you as well, which is like, your circumstances are probably similar to the others. That is to say, you're here for some reason, here being the bad part of the Citadel, and you don't want to be here anymore. So perhaps you have even spotted the very same garage that this lot is making their way towards. But if you have any variation on that or any other background information you'd like to provide that explains why you are currently climbing through the air ducts of a building, trying to find your way to what you think is the airlock leading into the garage, my ears are open.
Would it be acceptable to say that I heard the gang got together without me and not gonna let those idiots die without me?
Yeah, that's actually that's fair enough. I think the situation has been complex in recent times, trying to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea that maybe the 4 of you were together something happened and you got separated, and perhaps even the other three may or may not even really know if you're still alive or not, but you're trying to find your way
Down
back
with
to
that.
them. So that would
Yeah, my comms were probably dead, so they couldn't
Yeah.
get a hold of me. Probably assumed the worst.
yeah.
Unrelated, you know?
Yeah, for narrative convenience, we could even go as far as to say that your comms were damaged. You can hear, but you can't receive. You can't transmit.
You heard
so,
they were in the walls.
Yeah, yeah. You're calling through the air ducts like they're in the walls. Like I'm in the walls. But anyway. But anyway, yeah. So basically, that's allowed you to sort of follow them to this point. So they're somewhere in this building. You're pretty sure, and you think you know where they're going, and you're trying to get there as well. And that's where you are. Before I start asking you hard questions, I guess I should also double check and just ask: have you got your character sorted out, just in terms of like powers and whatnot? I know you were still looking at that, so I just want to make sure that we're more or less clear.
I know I start out with the standard of oh dear, what's that called? The singularity, and I thought barrier would be incredibly helpful. I wasn't sure if slam, throw, or warp would be the appropriate accoutrement to that set.
Well, slam is decent for just like dealing some direct damage to something. Warp is sort of multifunctional. It does do some damage, and it also degrades armor, which can be very helpful for both you and your friends. And what was the other one? Throw?
Yeah.
And then throw is helpful just because it has a very low cooldown, so you can use it quite quickly. And I don't know if you look too carefully at like the concept of the biotic detonation, but throw is very good at triggering that because it's so cheap. So yeah, if you have singularity, you can use throw to cause explosions just by combining the two of those.
I might have to go with throw then.
Fair enough.
Throw's actually my favorite game, or favorite power, like in game. Just like yeeting people from behind cover. It's probably like the best thing.
All right.
Do we want to?
barrier and throw
And
it is?
sorry, before we lock those in, Reed, we talked about combo biotic stuff. Is there anything that could be
Right.
done with that?
Right, forgot about that. Yeah, so that's the thing, is that speaking of biotic explosions, there are now two people who have biotic powers. So,
Yes.
yeah. So
My friend.
Brother.
yeah. So your friend over there, and also, for the people at home, don't worry, we'll do a quick reintroduction of everybody here in a hot second. Yeah, Ryan, you're playing a Vanguard, so you actually have, even knowing nothing else about you, you have biotic charge. That is another power, like throw, which can detonate things. Andrew, for your consideration, that would include, at the moment, only singularity. If you took something like warp, warp is also an effect which can be exploded by, like, a Krogan charging into the target, for instance.
You already have one biotic that combos, so you're, even without taking anything else, you do have one combo already. So
Right.
that's a plus.
The only consideration the only other thing I would mention is that warp does have the advantage in that it can both set up and detonate biotic combos. It cannot detonate itself. That's the one restriction. But you can do a good old warp throw or biotic charge, or you can do like singularity and then warp. Both of those will result in an explosion. So
Plus the warp will do damage to armor.
warp choose through armor. Yeah. It's more expensive to cast than throw. That's the only downside.
I did note that. That was one heck of a. That was one heck of a wallop. Down to it now.
I did just want to just throw that out because in this system, at least when there are 2 biotic players, we can set up each other and do combos together, which I found to be fucking dope. So we should definitely do that at
Oh,
some
yeah,
point.
Yeah, I would.
Well, we're playing D&D, so I'm gonna roll a die here, and I guess
Seems legit.
yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, what does a
That
4
was-
mean?
4, I guess that's warp. All right,
Warp it
we're
is.
warping it up.
All right. Okay, cool. So you've got singularity, you got warp, and you got barrier. So
We got a good variety of powers going on then, for sure.
yeah, I think it makes you pretty well rounded.
Do we want to do, before we jump back into the combat that we were cliffhanging on, do we want to do, I guess we can wait for like Andrew's description when he shows up, but like, do we want to just recap who we're playing?
Oh yeah, no,
before
I
we
was
get
gonna.
going?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys to do that before we really get going. I just
Okay,
wanted before I was like, you know, Andrew, then something happens to you. I wanted to make sure that you at least like, who am I?
Yeah,
That
totally.
sorted out, you know.
Bye.
All right, cool. I guess the other thing is that when you decide what weapon you want, just tell me. You know, because I assume you don't want to be like, you know, fist fighting brutes or whatever. You know, yeah, you can. I'm not saying that I'm going to say you can't do that, but I'm just saying that might not be maybe the best play. So anyhow,
He's played a tavern brawler a couple times.
I stand corrected. Fist fight all the brutes you want. Okay, cool. So while you finalize that, yeah, why don't we go ahead and remind all of us who you all is. Who of the two of you who are currently on camera wants to go first?
Ryan, you want to go and you can talk about the whole mercenary group too?
Sure. My name is Chuffed, a Krogan Vanguard. I don't want to get too deep into my many-page backstory, but needless to say, the Krogan, don't even get me started on the Chogan. They got it way worse. Krogan. The Krogan have had a pretty raw deal in the galaxy. First, we were heroes, defeating the Rachni. Then we were villains for making lots of babies and wanting planets to conquer. And now we're nothing. They made a disease to kill us because they couldn't defeat us in the field of battle and were seen as status symbols. Things. Well, I'm here to tell you, Chuffed is not a thing. He is a person. He is real. And is here to kick your ass. And that's why he, along with these other sons of bitches, formed the Black Hole Sons, the mercenary group where we take whatever mercenary won't join anywhere else because we're that much better. And that's who we are.
Yep. And I am Clanic Ratch, the Solarian Sentinel, and the scientist, the brains of the group, if you will. I like to think I'm the brains. I may or may not have been discharged from proper combat medic duties once upon a time, but now I am here to share my medical knowledge and help anyone who may need it. Often that is Chuffed, as he is charging headlong into combat, but what else is a Krogan to do? And he certainly is the sturdiest of us. And, you know, occasionally Zira slips up when she's sneaking about, and I need to come in there and patch up with Metagel. But that's me. Science and experimentation are all that I am about. Not so much this combat thing, which should be fun as we continue to try and make our escape with things on the walls and this large thing on the other side of double doors charging at us. But I suppose we shall see how that goes. Either way, for science.
Ratch, you're not the only one with brains. I got some of his brains. I got some of that guy's brains. I got some of his brains over there. I got them all right here.
Okay, but
So
mine...
who has more brains?
Well, if we're speaking collectively, I suppose that would be you, Chuffed. You are certainly wearing more brains than I have inside of my skull.
That's right. Damn straight.
Anyway, do good. Go get him, Tiger, and let's fight this big thing.
The enthusiasm is palpable. It's good.
We've done a lot of RP in our time.
It's all good. Yeah. While we wait for for Zero to rematerialize. Did you ever? You all hear the one about the Krogan and the Solarian?
Speaking of, you summoned,
Then
you
never
summoned
mind.
her.
We'll talk about it later.
Take your shoes
No,
off,
it's gonna be one of those things that's always referenced that we never know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Reed, tell your joke, and then we'll hear about Zero.
I'll leave again. It's good.
Yeah, no. No, this is more. Actually, it's a reference to something that was actually said during one of the not said, written down. I don't know, whatever. It's the lore thing from Mass Effect 2. So.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Like it's a joke they never tell, kind of thing.
No, it actually is told somewhere. I just don't remember where.
Oh, okay.
But it's like I'll tell it in brief. I'm gonna mangle it, but whatever. It's basically the Krogan and Solarian are going up it's during the Rachni Wars, and they're like going up like this spooky, like mist shrouded hillside to fight, some horrific nest of things at the top of it. Anyway, the Solarian at some point is just like, he's like, I'm gotta tell you, I'm really not looking forward to what's at the top of this hill. And the Krogan's like, are you kidding? Really? That's what you're worried about? I'm worried about the fact I'm gonna have to go all the way back down that spooky hillside by myself.
I gotta go back alone.
That's pretty good. Oh man. All right, Sid, you want to recap who Zira is for us, and then we'll get it going.
Oh, sure.
We all did voices, by the way.
So I'm playing Zira, and
Our
this
characters'
is her new
voices.
Nope, it's too late for that.
Gotta catch them all.
I am I'm an infiltrator Quarian, and I'm gonna catch some fucking Pokemon, and
My throat hurts already.
Killing it.
I don't know. I'm mostly just like the tech person that can open doors and keeps opening the wrong freaking ones. That's me.
Oh,
That's fantastic.
When
I
will
love it.
you learn?
yeah, well, honestly, don't be too hard on yourself. When every door is the wrong door, then frankly, you can't be
You
blamed.
made sure all the doors were incorrect.
Yeah. It's much more narratively dramatic.
What's that?
In that case.
Like a little circuit board breaker panel over here? Like, hey, nerd, go check that out. What's that? You want to turn the lights on? Fuck you.
You're not incorrect. Anyway,
I know.
yeah. So that's that's all good. Anyhow, so that's everyone. The situation that the three of you are in is what you were just referencing there, which was like, yeah, the lights are off and the door we need to go through to get to the garage is closed. So I'm just going to go in here and flip all the circuit breakers back on in this little utility closet, which worked, 100% success. The lights came back on and the door opened. The only problem is that there were, I don't know, 8 tons of cybernetic anger on the other side of that door that now wants to have words at you. So anyway, so that's what we're gonna have to deal with right now. First though, before we do that, gonna jump back over to Andrew real quick. How you doing over there? Any questions, concerns, or anything you need to step in on real quick?
I'm sure questions will come up, sir. Just doing my best here.
Fair enough. Do you have a weapon for me to plug into the UI yet, or no?
The two I was looking at, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go pistols or assault rifle. But I'm kind of thinking I want to go with the M76 Revenant and the Matic. And I know that'll be heavy, but it's within my weight range. And it seems like everyone else has either shotties or pistols or snipers for the most part.
True.
I mean shotties or, yeah.
Okay. Totally fine with me. I just do want to remind you that, with your weight at that level, that is going to significantly slow down. Well, I would say it would significantly slow down the rate at which your powers cool down. In the case of you, as an adept, it's going to significantly increase your energy consumption.
I did not realize those were connected.
Yeah. So, brief rules tangent. For anyone familiar with Mass Effect 3, there's a there's an inverse correlation between how much weight you're carrying and how quickly your powers refresh. So if you carry nothing but, a predator, your powers are going to be cooling down, in a matter of a few seconds. On the other hand, if you go in loaded for war, with machine guns and rocket launchers and whatever, your powers are going to be cooling down like 3 times as slowly, or some multiplier that I don't remember. So the relationship here that we have in the game rules is that there's sort of there's thresholds for weight. So if you carry like minimal weight, like just a pistol, your cooldowns actually decrease by 1. So if you say Warp has a cooldown of 2, use it every 2 turns. If you drop it, if you carry basically no weaponry and drop the cooldown to 1, then you're using it every turn potentially, at the cost of having almost no weaponry. If you go the other way with it and you carry, as you just said, a Revenant and a Matic, which you can do, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm just saying if you do that, then that means that the cooldown on Warp's going to jump up to like 4. So that means you're probably going to be only like able to sustain throwing powers like every few turns at the most. You're mostly going to be relying on your weapons at that point.
Gotcha. I did not realize that. Well, now, let's see, that would be 3 weight or 8 or 4. Guess I could just go with the Matic.
Yeah, if you went with
Solid.
if you went with the Matic alone, that has a weight of 2. That puts you in the no modifier category. So your powers will have cooldowns as it says on the tin, basically. So Warp has 2, it'll be 2 for you. All right.
All right. Yeah, I think I'll go with the Matic then.
Fair enough. Also, do bear in mind that as an adept, you get proficiency with 1 category of weapons. You can always choose to swap around that later if you want to other assault rifles. So.
All right, tight. Yeah.
Cool. All right, so I will put you down for 1 Matic. Wanted to get that straight so I could go ahead and put it into the interface. There you go. All right, and I'll mention to you, like I did last time to everyone else, you'll notice the weapons in the sort of HUD area of the map have health bars. That is basically how that's your magazine. So.
Gotcha. Hell yeah.
You can track it with pencil and paper if you want, but if you want to use the interface, it's there for you. So. All right.
Tight. Thank you.
Very good. So before we get to full-on combat time, let's just for one moment, Andrew, I'm going to like I said, I was kind of serious before. At the moment, I'm just going to put you are crawling through the ducts of this building, trying to find your way to the garage, your friends, or ideally both. Is that fine by you?
Sure.
Cool.
Let's see what we get from that.
But there is Smith.
Well, okay, great. So I just wanted to make sure that you were okay with that, and you said you were okay with it before I get to the, but. So anyway, they were crawling through the ducts, which is not an environment that's super conducive to assault rifle usage, but you do you. This is as you're going, like you've been making pretty good time. There's not a lot of stuff in the ducts, of course, but there's a certain point, which is now actually, where. Yes, you're
How convenient.
you're just like in your head just reenacting Die Hard, like this is going really well, and then
Old movie.
Classic Holo.
that's that religious
At
text.
this point, it is a classic.
Oh yeah, you're saying it's not a classic now. Anyway, so you're going through the ducts, everything's going just fine, and it's that point that you start hearing echoing through the ducts. Before you and to a degree behind you, like this sort of raspy screeching noise, as if someone was trying to scream but had a mouth full of consumer electronics.
Nice.
And yeah, do you? That's the thing that most people would not dig, but okay. I mean, again, you know what you like, and Yeah, and it's not long after that, 10 seconds or so, where you start hearing like thumping and banging noises, as if something is sort of skittering through the ducts on all fours, or sixes, or however many limbs it has. um, and yeah, in the darkness ahead of you, like through the stretch, the ducts sort of stretch in front of you, you see glowing blue lights appear, coming towards you. And whatever it is that's making the like banging and like crawling thumping noises is attached to those eyes, probably.
Oh dear.
What would your instinct be in this moment? What would the instinct of Doogie Tuesday say about this
Let's see what Spooky Tuesday say about this one.
Mhm.
Let's take a closer look at it. Doogie would snap his finger, and with like this kind of the energy kind of starting to flow around his fist, flick it forward, and create a singularity, just kind of in front of or above this critter.
Excellent. I was hoping you might say something like that. So the biotic orb materializes in the crawl space ahead of you, allowing you to see that you have indeed highlighted and ensnared what appears to be actually several husks that were scrambling down the duct towards you. Clearly something agitated them and got them like crawling through the walls, because you thought that you were kind of off their radar. And after sort of as you realize this, something else occurs to you, as you hear sort of the sort of pings of stressed metal and kind of a popping noise as the sort of gravitational pull of the singularity kind of starts to warp the duct that you're in a little bit. And we'll actually cut back to you in a minute, but just kind of that's what's happening to you right now. You're in the duct. You've got some husks trapped in a singularity. The situation's under control. You're going to be fine. But let's go back to the
Absolutely under control. Nothing Doogie Tuesday can't handle.
exactly. I have complete confidence in you. But let's go ahead and go back to the others for the nonce, though, because they were in a slightly more stressful situation.
A little bit.
That we left off last time, which was but yeah, there's something large and angry and metallic between you and where you want to ultimately go. So we're gonna go ahead and just drop you right back into initiative, which for context, Andrew, the way it goes in this game is the players may act in whichever order they deem the best, and then the enemies will act in whatever order I deem to be the best. There are a few particularly elite or boss grade enemies which may violate that rule, but for the most part, you guys can go, then the enemies will go.
I'm assuming I'm one of those boss enemies that'll violate those rules. Heard I'm quite the boss.
Well, I promise you that at some point before the end of this little run, there will be a boss. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so the three of you, though, at the moment, Doogie, you are still sort of slightly off the map, so I'm going to put you necessarily last in the order of operations. The other of you, though, the other three of you, though, can act in whichever order you see most exciting. So,
All right, yeah. Who's up?
I'll go first. I'll yell behind us, "Zari, you're fired again!" And he'll say, "Doc, you got this one, right?" And he's gonna run.
The other
two.
way?
yeah.
I thought you were kidding.
And he's gonna duck around the little thing there, the little lip, and kind of peer over the side, get to cover basically. And moving is an action.
Yes.
And I would like to use. So Chuff is going to reach into his bag and pull out some. What makes fire green?
Soul
For us?
fur?
Copper compounds.
We're both wrong.
All right. Well, we did not. We don't get to continue in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Dang it! All right.
It was
Copper-
C.
Copper sulfate.
Okay.
So it was sulfate. You're close.
Okay.
All right, you get one
So
internet
he's
point.
gonna reach into. He'll
For
reach into
science.
his bag, and there's some of that as well as some bones, and he'll crush it in his hand, and then he's going
Are you a
to pour it
druid
over
now?
his shotgun, and he is going to activate incendiary rounds using the bones of his ancestors as well as science, I guess.
That's
but
dope.
mostly the bones.
That's dope.
Like
And then
secretly,
he just like. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, secretly while you're doing this, you're also like loading a clip of like incendiary bullets into your gun, like with your other hand.
Yeah. He's like, ancestors, I'm sending another one your way. And so with using that, it says cooldown NA. What does that mean?
So yeah, great. No, an ammo power hasn't been used yet. So cooled ammo powers don't actually have a cooldown, and they just can be used as a part of any reload action. So when you reload your weapon, if you have an ammo power, one or more ammo powers, you simply choose which ammo you're going to load. So you are just reloading your weapon, but you're choosing to load it with incendiary rounds this time instead of the regular shot you normally use.
Okay.
So I also will point out is that a reload is something you can actually combine with a movement. So
Oh.
you move and switch ammo types, and you still have an action left.
All right. Well, let's see. How far away is this guy? He's 35 feet, so that's out of optimal range, but it is still within 50 feet
Yes.
for the katana. So, I'm gonna
So-
I'm gonna do a fire. I'm gonna shoot him.
Can I say
Fair
something
enough.
really stupid? I completely forgot katana was the name of a gun in Mass Effect. So last week when we were playing offline, and you're like, "Yeah, I'm a Krogan with a katana," I literally pictured Chopped running around like, and I'm like, not what I pictured,
Well,
but okay,
you
Ryan, you do you.
We're drinking at the bar. I was studying the blade.
Yeah. I was like, hey man, you do you. There's melee. Sure, why not?
Rules for the monomolecular blade if you want it, but you know, it's not turn for another day. Anyhow, so you're gonna attempt to take a shot at this guy with your shotgun. Now that it has incendiary bullets in it, you are just doing it at longer range.
Yes.
So, I'm sort of saying this for as a reminder, and I'm also saying it for the benefit of Andrew, who doesn't know what I'm talking about. Weapons have weapons have an optimal range, and they also have a maximum range. If you played D&D, this probably sounds very familiar.
Absolutely.
And basically, the way that this works is that if your target's within your optimal range, then basically that's the best case scenario. And if they're just standing out in the open, within your weapon's optimal range, you don't even have to roll to hit them. This is what your weapon's designed for. You just do. However, if they're
Okay.
out of your optimal range, so they're within your max range, but whatever, you get it. You need to actually roll one success to hit them. What do I mean by that?
Huh.
You're gonna roll 3d6. You got to get at least 1, 5, or 6 on those 3d6.
Hell yeah.
All right.
All right.
Is
So-
it still? It's still a 5 or 6 for me too.
Yep. Unless you have some specific modifier attached to whatever it is you're trying to do, based on a power or a weapon or something like that, it's always going to be 3d6 hit on 5s, 5 or 6.
I don't
So yeah,
think
so
they do.
good.
So, what if it
Oh.
adds up to almost 5?
Blast. That doesn't count. All right. So yeah, unfortunately, you got a 2, a 1, and a 1. So that was not what you needed for that. So you fire the shotgun, but unfortunately, all that happens is sort of a light peppering of pellets just sort of glance off of this thing's armored face, leaving little sort of greenish score marks from the copper. But unfortunately, it didn't hit it. It did not hit it in a good enough sense to deal damage. So Yeah.
I'm going to use the rest of my movement to kind of dip around this corner here so I can still kind of peek around. But he'll say, that was a warning shot. The next one I won't be so nice.
Thing responds by saying "Ah," or something to that effect.
Anybody wearing a helm of comprehend language? Anybody catch that?
Cast speak with animals. Is it an animal? It's very complicated. All right, who's up next? There's the other two of you who can see this thing.
And I go and I can like tag scan him. That might help a little bit. So in this little stupid little room, there is a sound of absolute panic. There might be like another, like the sound of another like flicking of the breaker, like, oh, maybe I can just close this one, and it like maybe just flicks the lights a little bit. And then I'm going to use tactical scan on that thing.
All right, very good. Also, by the way, you can panic or feel other negative emotions as a free action, just so you know.
Free action, yes. I'm having so many like negative emotions right now.
All right, so tactical scan. Throw that in there. It's gonna last for 3 turns, as you might notice. I just put a marker in there so you can keep track of how long it lasts.
Cool.
And what tactical scan does is, while they're tagged, basically what's happening is both on like your own HUD and also your friends, you are highlighting weak points on the enemy. So what that means is that for the duration of the power, if the enemy is armored, that armor is weakened, which means that things like shotguns and light assault rifles, that sort of thing, will be more effective.
Maybe I should have gone first.
Also, it's all good. It's a learning experience plus panic. Additionally, the accuracy of ranged attacks against the scanned target increases by 1. What that means is that if you normally hit on 5s and 6s, now you hit on 4, 5, and 6.
Yep.
If something modifies the accuracy of your attack, typically what that means is that that's either going to change the value of what is considered to be a hit. So, anyway, tactical scan weakens armor, makes it easier to hit. Also, if your target can turn invisible for some reason, which is rare, admittedly, but it does happen, tactical scan means that you always know where they are, so they can't hide from you.
Guys, that means the boss is gonna be invisible.
So as
Get out of my
that
brain.
action, I don't have enough like stuff to do double tap from here. Oh well. Can I do a called shot
You can.
on a weakened point of his?
You can. So you can. So if you want to do a called shot, if you want to do a called shot, assuming that it's within the optimal range of your rifle, which he is, then what that means is that you would need to roll and you would need to get 1 success. Going for a called shot means you need 1 more success than whatever you normally would need. In this case, you need 0 because he's within your optimal range. But now you just need to get 1. Additionally, because he's scanned, you need to get you only need to roll 4s to hit.
Mm-hmm.
So your odds are pretty good. The one thing I will warn you about this particular enemy is that after the door opened and he saw you, the first thing that it did was kind of hunch its shoulders forward and bring up one of its arms, which seems to be covered in armor plating, up to kind of cover its face. So you can certainly try to hit him in the face, but he is sort of protecting himself, so this is probably going to be a little harder than it normally would be.
I mean, yeah, I'm staying in this little room though, because I will close this door.
Yeah, you do have him scanned though, so yeah, you do have him scanned. So this is harder than it would normally be to hit him, but you just made it a little easier, so you've mitigated some of the problem.
And I cannot do double tap because I only have 1 bullet in this gun. So we're just gonna shoot. And I gain +1 accuracy because it's scoped. So we're just gonna go like, I do +1.
Yeah. So it's just roll 3d6. And actually the scope only applies if you aim before you're firing, which
Got it.
in this case you're not. Yeah. All right. So you got You got a 6, so that is one success. Because that was you rolled one die that was 4 or better. Normally that would definitely be enough to score a called shot on a target that's out in the open within the optimal range of your weapon.
Got its stupid metal arm out. It's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, in this case, yeah, its arm is raised. So you fire, and you see your shot just glance off of the armored claw that it's holding in front of its face. Unfortunately, it's all you've done thus far, the two of you, is loudly announce your presence and kind of annoy it a little bit. But it's it is yet to be injured.
Oh, I think he's getting the point that we shouldn't be messing with right now.
This guy over here
Yeah,
is firing off a
better
shotgun
by
like
now.
a signal flare.
Trust me, he's spooked. Don't worry. Like, you definitely. He's like, oh, should I come into this room? I don't know. It's a lot of people shooting very inaccurately in here. Okay, let's go ahead and go on over to our Solarian Sentinel friend. What do you want to do about this situation, Thar?
Well, seeing what's
Planet.
happening with the little shield arm up, the first thing I'm gonna do is I want to pop him with Overload.
So Overload strips shields, like literally it strips energy barriers.
Well, I guess these are physically armor plates, aren't they?
He's holding up a slab of metal in front of his face. That's the problem. If you got something that does good against armor, now would be the time to throw.
Let me check something real quick.
Oh, by the by, so the token that you can see here.
I got it. Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
You see this little castle icon that he has on him?
Oh yeah, now I do. I didn't notice before. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it might be kind of behind the door frame for something, but whenever you see a token that has that, that means that they are mechanically speaking armored. They have the armor health type, so if any of your powers are like, this does extra damage to armor or whatever,
Okay.
it'll work on this guy.
Well, I can do something about armor. The first thing I'll do, I'm gonna start moving forward actually, because I have to be in range for this. As I move forward, I'm gonna pop off my tech armor.
Okay.
As part of my move action.
Okay.
And I have to get this close to pop him with Snap Freeze, which can at least have an effect on armor.
And it slows him.
Yep. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
And also,
alright.
as I move forward, I'm just gonna yell out, "You're not actually fired. We still have a democratic process on that."
Oh boy. Okay, I like it. So do make a note, or do note for yourself the cooldown for that.
Yep.
Put yourself in the right spot,
Mhm.
and because you activated tech armor as you were stepping up, that does also increase whatever your cooldowns are by 1.
Yep.
I think you accounted for that already. I'm just saying that for the benefit of anyone who doesn't know. Actually, just Andrew, for context, if you recall from the games, powers like tech armor, fortification, barrier, whatever, those sort of like indefinite duration defensive powers, they last until you turn them off, but they slow down your power use while they're active.
Right.
Which manifests
So
here
that's
as
+1 every round.
Yeah, well, it just means is that whatever the cooldown number on your power is, it just goes up by 1 as long as the relevant power is active.
So Snap Freeze, I have to wait an extra round before I could use it again, basically.
Yeah, normally it would be 2, now it's 3. So, all right, cool. So that is it. So you move up, you hit him with Snap Freeze. Is that your full movement? Because you could. If you still have like a step left, you could move after the Snap Freeze. You can split.
I think that's my full movement. Well, let me see, because it's 20 feet, right?
Yes.
I mean, like, I could have technically done this and kind of taken some cover behind the boxes-ish, I guess, and that still gets at least a corner of him.
Yeah. You can certainly do that. It was more like just making sure you'd use your full movement wherever you want to end this.
I mean, I would rather not just be standing directly in front of him, but I had to move forward regardless to do what I wanted to do.
Totally
So
fine.
we'll see if these boxes do anything for me, but I am there with armor up, and he's... So what happened with my Snap Freeze? Did I accomplish anything?
Oh, I threw. Well, if you notice, he has the little snowflake indicator on him now, so he's slowed.
I think the light might be right over it, the shadow, so I
Yeah.
can't actually see it. Okay,
Yeah,
I
see.
saw it when you moved there. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So he is slowed, and his armor is degraded. I should probably put some marker on that. I don't know. There we go. All right, so he is slowed. His armor is weakened. He's also scanned, so weapon accuracy is up. He has a lot of problems right now. Yeah, that's the situation with him, and that's the three of you. So now I'm gonna have him do a thing, and then we will get. And then don't worry, I haven't forgot you. We'll then get Doogie into the mix. So. I get the distinct feeling that Zero is not super keen on having this guy take his turn. Okay, so yeah, so what's gonna happen is he's slow, so he kind of he sort of lumbers into the room. He's clearly moving much more slowly than he normally would. As soon Yeah, now, you noticed something, actually, even before he starts to move. As soon as you got to there, like, as soon as you moved up to the point where you were just, like, 10-ish feet away from him, that claw in front of his face dropped.
No.
And, yeah, and it looked like he's, like, now he's kind of getting into that, like, because now he's, like, going to come for you. So, for those of you who are sniping from the shadows, his claw is no longer protecting his face. Anyway... the reason for that is because he needs it to smash things. So he moves up. Yeah, he moves up. And the good news is you slowed him, so he has to actually take one whole action just to get to you. And then he gets to you and proceeds to sort of rear up on his kind of oddly stubby-ish back legs and hindquarters, and they bring both of his arms up to bring them smashing down. And as he does so, the sort of oversized claw on his left arm rips into the ceiling, and bits and pieces of insulation and whatnot come raining down. And
dear.
then boom.
Okay. Can I attempt
now,
to evade this like those other melee attacks?
You actually can. So let's see if the Solarian fates favor you.
All right. So my evade is 4, so I roll 4d6. Is that correct?
No. Evade is a little bit more straightforward. Whatever it is, you just roll a single d6.
Oh, right.
Beat the number shown.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Nope.
All right. So, yeah, you get slammed. Well, sorry, you get smashed. And you get smashed for 15.
All right.
That is.
It reduces technically by 3, but I guess it doesn't matter. That's still my whole shield. Yeah.
Yes. So unfortunately, yeah, your tech armor doesn't really protect from that. Now the good news is it doesn't break through your shield. You are protected by shield gating. Most attacks do not punch right through your shield unless they say otherwise. This particular attack doesn't. I also don't want you to get
I didn't think
complacent.
that was how that sentence was going to end.
Yeah, I don't want you to get complacent and think that this thing may not have an attack which does do that. You might, but this particular one doesn't.
No, believe me, I don't want to be holding hands with it the whole battle. Just needed
great.
I needed to move to freeze him.
Okay, yeah, just wanted to make sure that was abundantly clear. Yeah. Anyway, so that's his whole turn though. He moves up to you and then boom. So that's the bad news. The ambiguous news is that, like I said, when he did that, he had to rear his claws up.
The ambiguous news.
When he did that, he had to rear up and sort of he tore a big gouge in the ceiling. So,
someone falling through that ceiling.
Meanwhile, in the ceiling, yeah. So as I mentioned a moment ago, what feels like a lifetime ago, Andrew, you noticed that your singularity seemed to have been damaging the ductwork that you were lurking in. So, just as you hear this sort of popping of bolts giving. And sort of the pipe crumples a bit, it's sort of it's gonna crush the in and around the husks. Just as this happens, something causes the whole your whole world to kind of just kind of rumble and rattle there for a second, and then the duct just snaps,
falls out from under me.
Right where you'd weakened it. And in a spray of sparks and damage electrical lines and insulation and ceiling tiles, You come spilling out of the ceiling. So welcome to the jungle.
You're gonna die.
Streaming so we could have that.
Yeah. Yes, you land on the brute which insta kills you. No. So anyway,
Plunging attack.
Plunging attack. It's the most reliable attack in the game. Okay, so you come falling out of the ceiling. Also, you didn't completely clear out the duct with that one move. You bring a couple of friends with you.
Oh, cool. Andrew,
Are they
you
still
brought ads
caught
to the boss
singularity,
fight.
Yeah. Yeah. So a couple of husks kind of come falling in after you, and kind of sort of one of them lands on the husk and rolls off, and the other one kind of lands nearest to you. So yeah, welcome. Now you can go ahead and I'm just gonna forgive my sort of game master fiat here. I'm going to say that falling into the fight and getting back to your feet and reorienting yourself will take one action. You can take any other action you would like, and then we're going to go back to the player's turns, and you'll get your actual turn. Is that acceptable?
I can deal with that. Yeah.
Sweet. All right. So you get one opening action here, which unfortunately can't be a plunging attack because I don't have rules for that. But anything else that you'd like to do?
Two questions.
Mm-hmm.
One, is my singularity still active with critters stuck in it?
I'm gonna say technically yes, but also for convenience sake, if you deactivate it, I'm not gonna have more husks rain down on your head, because that would be mean, and two, that part of the duct kind of got pinched off, as it were, when the thing caved in. So they're, at least for the moment, kind of out of your hair.
Okay. And then does that bring my cooldown to 2 and duration to 1?
Right. Yes, because you did use that. You did use that power. So singularity usually has a cooldown of 3. Yeah.
Welcome to the shipping.
It comes with its
that
own
was me.
commentator.
It's all good. So what that would mean is, you use that. So now, yes, your energy is going to be, at this point, you've recharged 1. So if you see your position
Right.
here on
So
the
I
gauge,
So I burned 3 energy, and then is this a new turn or the same turn technically?
this is technically it's a new turn. You're just
Okay.
getting 1 action instead of 2 because this is your surprise round. I mean, you're the surprised one more than anyone here, but still technically a surprise round.
Cool. I have adjusted my energy and cooldown appropriately.
Okay.
I will stand up and say, I heard there was some bacon to save, so I thought I'd drop in. And then I'll finger gun upwards and warp the singularity with all the husks in it, and blow them up.
You know what? I have to applaud your style points there. Yeah, you destroy the ceiling, and I'm actually gonna just because that amuses me, I'm actually gonna give you 1 for free. The husk that kind of came down next to you is going to basically get buried by bits and pieces of ceiling and other husks, and is going to be taken out.
Nice.
So you got 1 for free, just for again, flashy entrance, because again it appeals to me, so I'll give you that one. Okay,
yeah.
now the warp does drain 2 more energy, but nonetheless I feel like that was a worthy expenditure.
Noted.
Anyhow, so like I said, that was the 1 action I'm giving you for now. However, we're not going to go back to the beginning of the turn, because it's just all of you guys and this one thing and its 1 husk friend. So you may now act in any order. You may also react to
Yeah.
to Doogie falling onto the ceiling exploding, as you wish. Do that in whatever order you like.
I have a quick question,
Doogie,
Reed.
God damn it! Were you in the roof? Were you in the ceiling the entire time?
Not the entire time.
I have to be honest, Doogie. I calculated your odds as being almost certainly deceased.
Oh, never tell me the odds is the thing I thought that I heard is said.
No, I'm very much all about odds and calculations. Please do tell me the
Yeah, I
odds
know.
every time. It informs my decision
You're right.
making.
Guys are
You know, I
wasting a
can't
lot of
think
fun
and shoot at the
talking with
same
that
time.
Right there.
Yeah.
Reed, I have a quick question.
Mhm.
And I apologize because it may involve retconning depending on what you say.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I have the nimble thing being a Solarian.
Mhm.
Do these boxes qualify as light cover in any way?
Do the boxes qualify as light cover in any way? Oh, I think I see where you're going with
Because
this.
if so, technically with
Yeah.
the +1, I would have avoided being hit.
Right. Yeah, yes. Now I see where you're going with that. Generally speaking, melee attacks don't really care about cover because.
Okay. That's
There's
totally
India.
fine.
So yeah, unfortunately that's not going to help you
That's
there.
totally fine.
yeah.
Second part of the question.
Uh-huh.
Are we considering this to be continued combat from the last game, or did starting this sub boss fight or whatever you're considering it, is that counted as a new combat session? Because if so, then technically I could have done an extra action last round.
Yes. So actually, because we left it sort of cliffhangery,
Mhm.
this is more the end of last combat rather than the beginning of
Got
a
it.
new
Totally
one.
fine. Just wanted
Yeah.
to check in. Okay.
Fair enough.
And actually, sorry, and one last thing. So my shields are now back at 1, correct?
No, so shields don't actually regenerate until the end of your turn.
Okay, got it.
Because if you take any damage during your turn, they will not regenerate.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, they're going to remain at 0 until you take your 2 actions and your turn resolves.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Well, since I'm talking, I guess I'll just go quickly.
Fair enough.
I'm going around here behind these other boxes, and I want to shoot the other husk.
Seems legit. Also, let me adjust the cooldown. I just adjusted the duration of the 2 active powers, so you don't have to worry about that. If you guys can keep track of your own position on the cooldown tracker, I'd appreciate it, but I can keep track of everything else. Powers and whatnot.
I was doing... Yeah, I got my cooldowns taken care of.
Sweet. That's all I
Alright.
asked.
So I'm going to fire off my
I'm
locust.
super unfamiliar with the tracker. I have my own tracker on Miro,
Gotcha.
so maybe at some point I might get the hang of what you guys are doing. with
Circle
that
back
tracker.
around to that. We'll circle back around
Yeah.
that in a second. Don't worry about it right in this moment. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and take a shot at the husk with your locust. Yes?
Yes.
I heard that right? Okay, cool. So, definitely well within your optimal range. Normally, being behind the boxes over there would give an enemy some degree of cover. However, husks are mindless, so it stands back up and then just stares at you and doesn't try to take cover at all because they don't use low cover.
Cool.
So you can just shoot it like it's out in the open. So the only real question is, are you trying to do a cult shot or no? That's up to you.
If I call, I have to roll for it. If not, I just know I hit it, right? Let's just hit it. I do decent damage, so let's just hit it.
All right, so roll your locust damage.
All right, 5 locust damage.
5 points. All right. Fortuitously for you, husks actually have 5 health. So
Sick.
yeah, it stands up only to collapse back to the ground, full of holes.
Okay.
All right, so that's that.
Great.
Ah,
That's me. Someone else
Good.
take down the big one.
now you get 1 point of shielding back.
Cool.
All right, who's next?
I can go, or if Andrew, you or Sid want to go. I plan on getting up and close, so if you want to do stuff prior to that,
Yeah,
Then I
I would
can-
like to try to shoot at it.
Do I need to get out of the way or out of range, or are you all good?
Your presence, they can shoot through you functionally. So you being there doesn't cause a problem unless they want to use an AoE ability that could hurt you.
Nice. I guess given my knowledge of the team, our history, would I know an AoE attack is coming?
I don't
Y'all?
have any. I'm just shooting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tight,
Probably
tight,
not.
tight.
You're probably
I
fine.
guess
You're,
I'm the AOE, huh?
yeah, you're probably
Yeah.
fine.
I only have one, and I already used it. It's the cold one.
Nice. Could crack one of those open.
Okay.
Not now, Doogie.
It's gonna
Can
crack you open.
I reload as an
Yes.
action, I guess, and then this time, because his arm is down, can I aim for a weakened spot and do a double tap?
You can.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to roll like you did before. However,
Yeah.
last time you got one success and it wasn't enough. Now it will be enough if you get one success. So, all right, go ahead on.
Here's one. No.
Okay.
No.
Well, that's unfortunate. However,
It is
You-
very unfortunate.
your weapon does have the double tap ability, and you chose to use it.
Yes.
So that actually means you may re-roll
Mhm.
at -1 accuracy and try to hit him again. It just costs you twice as much ammo. You did say you
So,
wanted to do that, yeah?
Yep. We.
There you go. Okay, now you hit him. So your weapon normally, so you succeed. You go for the headshot and you get it. So that's not what I meant to do. Your weapon normally deals how much damage?
2d6 plus 1.
Great. So on a successful called shot, hitting a weak point, you get to deal +3 damage over what you normally do. So it's 2d6 plus 4.
Cool.
So go ahead and roll that.
Wells.
12.
Damn.
Pretty solid. Okay, great. Now, that's the damage you normally deal. Now, I am going to mention that when you hit an armored target, whatever your weapon's rate of fire is, you subtract that from your damage, unless its armor is weakened, in which case you only subtract half. So
But because
Weakened
the
right now, right?
Tactical scan is up. It is weakened.
yes, but yeah, he's cold and he's scanned. So yeah, his armor is definitely not functioning correctly. So
We comboed him, Sid.
So I'm gonna just knock off a single point of damage for his bad armor. So you do 11 points total.
Nice.
So that knocks his health bar, which I think all of you can see, down a bit.
Dope.
All right, cool. So yeah, that took 2 shots, but you got good damage. I would call that worthwhile. Very good. Next.
Do you know what you want to do?
I guess. Okay, I'm gonna pump energy, regain 1 energy.
So I've got
drop
you
down my.
at present. I have you at 2 energy. I don't know if that correlates to what you've got.
Spot on.
Okay.
Tick down my. Oops. Tick down my current. Shouldn't have anything in there. Tick down my cooldowns. And then I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of pull the mattock off my back, give it a smooch, and just since I'm like right under it, kind of lean back and pull the trigger up on it, and I'm gonna double tap and aim for weak spots.
Yeah. So you're gonna try to do exactly what your friend just did. Makes sense. So yeah, if you want to go for a called shot, you're gonna have to roll. Double tap means that if you miss, you can try to roll again. And because he's not guarding his face, you're only going to need to get 1 success. So if you want to do that, go ahead and roll me 3d6.
D6. Were there any boosts or modifiers to that?
The scan means that you, as long as he remains scanned, you hit on 4s is the modifier active right now.
Gotcha. Got a 4, 5, and a 3.
All right, it looks like 2 hits, more than you needed. So all right, so you hit him, and that means you're going to deal your damage. Your gun normally deals 2d6.
Hell yeah.
And so that means you're going to deal 2d6 plus 3 for a successful hit. And then I'm going to take off half of your rate of fire because its armor is present but weakened. So you're going to ultimately be getting 2d6 plus 2 for your final damage total.
6 plus 2. There you go. And I'll drop 1 on my clip.
Because you opted to use double tap, that does consume 2 shots out of your clip.
That is fair. Understandable.
Yeah, that's the double tap is less ammo efficient, but gives you a higher chance to get that hit. Okay. Yeah. In case anyone is noticing that there's a bit of a damage profile similarity between the Matic and the Raptor, that's on purpose. In my memory of the game, they actually are pretty similar. Just one's a sniper rifle, one's an assault rifle. One has a scope, one has a bigger magazine. What do you want? Anyway, okay, moving along. So that's one action to shoot it like in the chin. You do have 2 actions every turn. So your second action could be, not saying you should, but it could be like moving away.
I was definitely thinking that could be a good option.
Yeah.
Is getting my butt out of dodge.
Yeah, I will say that like whether or not Doogie has fought brutes before, and I'm gonna say that you guys probably have encountered them at least once, surviving on the Citadel since the Reapers took it over. So you're well aware of the fact that fist fighting one of these things is not a great plan.
Yeah. All right. And
I didn't say a bad
is-
plan. I just said not a great plan.
You'll never see it coming.
Admittedly, that might be true.
I would like to dive over this cover and tuck in.
Sounds like a plan. Yep, you have 20 feet of movement, like most people, so you can go ahead and get to exactly that point, and you're good.
And is reloading a part of movement?
If you want
Or
it to be.
would be tucking in?
There's a lot of actions which you can combine with movement. Reloading is one of them. Switching weapons is another. Basically, if it's something that just involves your hands, you can do it while your legs convey you to wherever it is you mean to get to.
In that case, I'll give it the finger.
So one hand reloads your gun, the other one does that. Fair enough.
Hell yeah! Can I do that?
I mean, you do have 2 hands, so I suppose. You may taunt as a free action. I don't see any reason why not.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
canon. That's canon.
That may or may not have an impact on which of you this thing targets. Just saying. Okay. That being said, Chuff, you have not yet gone, and I expect you're going to change the picture slightly. Yes.
Yeah, so only a fool would try and fight a brute head on.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I try and fight this thing head on.
Sweet. You know, and I respect you
Chuff.
for it.
Chuff kind of leans over the side, and I can just barely make out a sliver of his, I don't know what it is, his ass or whatever. But,
His bulk.
yeah, Chuff is gonna, like, kind of hunch down in, like, a sprinter's, stance, and then that little biotic surge is gonna kind of create a vortex as, like, sucks him away, and he's gonna shoot right past, Ratch, right into... Oh, it's his face. Right into this thing's face. Creating like a wind gust vortex behind him.
I like it.
And he'll use Biotic Charge.
Okay. You use Biotic Charge. You zip towards him and hit him. He takes 5 points. He can't do anything about that. And you are now directly in his face. And you still have an action, because Biotic Charge is a single action, gets you right there. Also, just for the record, if your barriers had been not full, you would have regained up to 5 points of barrier when you did that.
So this thing doesn't have barriers right now?
It does not. It just has armor and a chunky health bar.
And the Helix Amp doesn't further increase the power of Biotic Charge, correct? It just says your unarmed attacks deal. This is different than a Biotic Charge.
Yeah, Biotic Charge is a power. If you just want to punch him, then by default, your punch is 5 damage, biotically enhanced, because you're a Vanguard. The Helix Amp would increase that by up to 8, because you did use a Biotic power. The only real question I have for you at that point is whether or not you literally want to fight this thing in hand-to-hand combat. I'm just going to give you fair warning that this is one of those creatures that is able to defend itself against melee attacks.
Nah, I'm tempted. I'm instead going to just shotgun it in the face.
Yeah, it's less able to defend itself from that. So yeah, so then are you just going to shoot it, or are you going to try to shoot it directly in the face for called shot? Up to you.
A called shot?
Yeah.
That makes it harder to hit.
You would need a success instead of no successes.
And what would, so if I call shot and succeed, what does that do?
+3 damage.
I'm not gonna risk it. I already have the green flame bullets active. I'm just gonna charge up right to its face, headbutt it in its face, and then as it recoils, take a shot with a shotgun with this
All right.
katana.
Nice.
I like it. Are you swing your katana? Okay, great. So you go ahead and fire. So you skip the attack roll because you can't miss. And just give me your weapon damage. So it's going to be whatever damage the katana normally does, +2 for incendiary ammo. Let me see. The katana, I believe, is one of those guns. Okay, sorry. Brief tangent here again. So the katana, most shotguns are not great against heavy armor. So the katana deals half damage to armor unless that armor is weakened. In which case, it only suffers a -2 penalty. So your incendiary bullets cancel that out. So you're actually just going to roll flat and deal that damage to him. That'll make sense.
Just 44 + 2.
It would be 44 +2, but his armor, weakened though it is going to give you -2, so 44 flat.
Got it. Then take this. That's not bad. That's pretty good.
That's a chunky roll. Okay, so that's a generous 13 damage. It's gonna knock him down to here.
That's a golf clap right there.
Yeah. Also, unless I forgot my own rules, which I may have, there's a lot of stuff to try to remember. Let's see here. Incendiary ammo. If any of your weapon's damage dice roll the maximum possible value, such as 4, and your target has no shield or barrier, and they don't, they catch on fire for 1 turn. So he's actually going to take, don't get too crazy here, he's going to take a little bit of extra tick damage because he's on fire.
Green fire.
Green fire, yes, he's engulfed.
Green flame.
He's engulfed in green flames.
You cast Green Flame Blade. Or
yeah.
Green Flame
Green
Blade.
flame.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And it's a katana, so a blade.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it almost makes too much sense. Okay, great. So I trust that you adjusted your powers and ammo utilization appropriately, and now we can go ahead on.
Yes.
Great. So the husk is dead, so he doesn't get a turn. Now we just go to this guy, who is actually, you can see his health bar. He's taking a bit of a pummeling here. However, you are now standing toe-to-toe with him, so he's gonna fist fight you. It's like
that.
it's like a guy. It's like fighting a guy who has a mini fridge taped to each of his hands. So yeah, he's gonna come in. He's gonna come in swinging. For the smack. Hang on a sec. What's the? Okay, yeah. I thought it might be time for some proper fight music. Thank you, Ryan. So he's gonna come in swinging with another attempt to smash. Now you are able to defend yourself in melee, so you actually can attempt to basically, well, blocking doesn't make sense. You need to attempt to sort of dodge out of the way of this in a way by rolling contested melee. So go ahead and give me a melee roll. It's going to be, for you, that's 3d6, and you hit on 3s on account of your vanguardedness. All right?
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm going to roll. All right, so you got 2 successes, got 2 5s,
Yep.
which is pretty solid, but it's not as solid as the 3 successes that I rolled.
You got
These are-
3?
Um,
Okay.
he's he's a lot bigger than you. He gets a bonus die for trying to punch down, basically. So that's why I rolled 4d6.
Fair enough.
All right, so boom, he hits you with the smash, and you get smashed. So you take 15. You don't have that many barriers, but it just smashes your barrier, so that's out. You're down to just your health.
Okay.
And then we are going to do exactly. Thank you for the excellent memeing. And then we're going to do that again because it has 2 fists and it didn't have to move this turn. So because you're standing right there toe to toe with it. So go ahead and roll again, and I'm going to roll again, and we're going to see how this plays out.
Oh my god, he is fucking dead.
I'm glad I can apply meta gel from a distance.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah. All right.
Okay, that's a little.
Oh wow. Look what I rolled.
I was gonna say that's a little better. I like Reed's rolls on this one.
Wow.
Look at all
Well,
those hot
okay.
pink ones right there.
Yeah. All right. Well, it appears as though fortune favors the Krogan here because yeah, I whiff in a big way on this one. So yeah, you tell me. You get pummeled the first time, and then he's like, and
I want the second one to come down again, look like it's going to be his finishing blow, and Chuff just catches it somehow, just like all his Herculean strength, and throws it back right in his face.
the word physics starts flashing really quickly and multicolored, like below the.
Either that or I
Laws
imagine
are meant
he
to be
just
broken.
headbutts into his fist, like, no, fuck you.
I mean, you are a biotic. Mass is sort of your plaything. So yeah, okay. Well, you sort of send the thing reeling backwards from its missed strike, which it was well and truly prepared to just like basically pound you into the floor like a nail, but that didn't happen. There you can call off the funeral. And that's it's the only guy you're fighting right now, so we can go ahead and go back to you guys. The snap freeze expires. The tactical scan still has one more turn before it's gone. Also, the fire goes out. He gets kicked for a few points of damage. There we go.
The room starts to catch on fire as well.
The
Good
boxes
luck,
he's next to
everybody.
ignite.
We have a trend of doing that.
yeah.
We burned down an entire logging camp not long ago.
I mean, in fairness, that's kind of their fault for
that's
having all that wood
mostly
around.
intentional. Yeah,
That's
a
all.
lot of kindling.
Anyway, oh, by the by, because we're just about to do another round, Andrew, the tracker, so the vertical thing on the HUD at the top of the page. So the purple section in parallel to the larger blue section. Do you see that where your token is?
Mm-hmm.
That's the energy gauge specifically for the adept. Everything else moves upwards towards 0. You're the only one that's not, where that is not the case, because unlike everybody else, you don't use cooldowns. Cooldowns mean nothing to you. Whenever you use a power, you look at the cooldown number and deduct that from your energy pool. As long as you have enough energy, you can cast it. That's how adepts.
hell yeah.
That's how adepts roll. You're the one class that's designed to like combo
Okay.
powers together.
Gotcha. Okay, for some reason I thought I had to wait another round to use any of this, but okay,
Nope.
cool.
You
Well,
you currently have 3 energies, so anything that has a cooldown of 3 or less, you can currently use. Is basically how that boils down.
tight. Cool. I'll mess with that stuff
Yeah.
later.
But anyhow, it is
Well-
it is your collective turn, players. You go in whatever order you want to go.
I do think I want to go first, just because I can fuck with any armor at the moment. So I'd love to go ahead, unless anyone objects. I'd like to
Me.
pop around the corner. You?
Go ahead.
Sorry. I'd like to pop around the corner and finger gun again and blast a warp at this big boy. So I'll burn 2 energy there.
Okay. Yeah, and warp actually does pretty solid initial damage against armor, specifically. So that actually hurts him pretty good too, in addition to sort of refreshing the armor weakening.
And then I'd like to light him up with another shot from my girl Medusa. Grr, grr, grr. I don't think I'll double tap this time.
Are you just going for
Actually-
a body shot, or are you trying to go for?
Actually, I'm no coward. I'll double tap. Why not? I'll aim.
Go for the called shot.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead on. Give me a roll.
That was the 3d6. Oh,
Ooh,
that did not do me any favors.
Fortunately, and the scan is still good for one more turn. You only needed a 4 on that one. But you did call you were using double tap, so you actually get to roll again, just at slightly less accuracy. So roll again and try to get at least 1-5.
3d6
Mhm.
minus 1.
No minuses. Just the accuracy is -1. That means that
Gotcha.
I'll explain that in a second. But
All right, so got a 4 there.
got a
Nothing.
4 there, and unfortunately that's not enough. So what this just to remind you of the situation, the rule. Normally you hit on 5s and 6s, yeah. Double tap means that if you miss that first shot, you can roll again, but you need to get a 6 this time. The accuracy goes down by 1, so you got to get 6s. See what I mean?
Gotcha.
However, this
Okay.
target is scanned, which means that normally you need only a 4 to hit, and a double tap hit would be a 5. So on
Gotcha.
that first roll, you needed at least 1-4. On the second roll, you needed at least 1-5. Unfortunately, you didn't get either, which statistically actually is pretty unlikely. My apologies.
Came up
but
short. It's all
so-
good. It happens.
Sometimes it happens. Okay, anyway, sorry. The rules tangent again there. Thanks for humoring me.
Yeah.
And now someone else is up.
All right, who's
I
up?
can take a shot.
All right.
I got one more bullet left in the chamber. One more green bullet with his asshole's name on it. Let's see if it's addressed to the right location. I'll take a point blank shot. And yeah, I'll just make it a regular.
Yep.
Is it still have its armor up then, or is the warp taking it out?
Well, its armor is still weakened. It's the warp will degrade it for its full duration. So yeah, you're just gonna go ahead exactly the same thing as last time. 44 plus 2 minus 2. Incendiary bullet to the plus, weakened armor for the minus.
And let's see how he likes this. Not as good.
Not as good. 7 points. Puts him in a pretty bad spot though. You can see the size of his health bar.
Oh, he's at death's door.
What else you got for me?
That's 1. Can he do a melee attack? Is that's the thing you can do, right?
You can absolutely just try to punch this guy. He will try to defend himself, so you're gonna be. It's not a guarantee, but why not?
I'll let someone else take the final shot. Chuft is gonna say like, "It's weak, finish it," and he's gonna 1, 2, 3 dive behind these. What looks like I don't know, the Venetian blinds, maybe some kind of window type deal right there. I can't.
I knew we shouldn't have set up camp in the window factory.
They're actually crates of oranges.
Oh, okay, great. We're over the chef for this. Chuft is gonna jump and dive behind that, and that's my turn.
All right.
Zira, you open the doors and let it in. You finish it off.
Watch me fail. Okay. I'm going to swap to my M11 as
Okay.
I walk forward into like a decent range of it. Like, what's it? 20 feet? 20 feet? Within 20 feet? Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
So we're gonna like come forward and we're gonna shoot at it. I
Okay.
guess. The arm shield's up, arm shield's down.
Its arm shield is down. It has targets within its perceived kill range.
Then I would like to do the high caliber called shot at a weak point, because I'm within 20 feet.
All right.
Or I guess I could do that anyway. But it's got a +6 damage instead of a +3.
If you hit, yes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So, okay, give me a roll. I see 2 hits actually, because this is the last round your scan is alive. So that 4 is a hit, that 6 is a hit. You only needed 1, you definitely hit him for a grand total of 1d4 plus 8, I believe.
Watch it like still
Come on, Sid,
stand
finish it
somehow.
off.
What
Oh!
Yeah, that's massive
Notice
success.
the surprise happens.
Yeah. Great success. It is super effective, as they say. So yeah, it was in pretty bad shape already. It kind of rears up a little bit as Chuff backs off, like it's about to like come smashing right through those boxes of oranges to finish him off. And then you just walk up and just like, nail it right in the face. And it just goes down with this most surprised and perplexed look on its lower jaw lacking countenance.
There is the sound of like somebody like maybe like spitting on a corpse, but she's wearing a face shield, and you just hear like a quiet, very quiet swear. Like maybe nobody heard that, maybe it didn't happen at all, but it did.
Well done, Zira.
I opened the door and I closed it. Shall we carry on?
What,
Yes.
so no greeting party over here?
Yeah, Doogie, why were you in the ceiling?
I think the right question was, why weren't you guys in the ceiling? Because that's the place to be. No, I had to get in the ceiling to track you guys down. I finally caught up with you.
Yugi, do you remember your mission? Were you able to complete it?
I would like to roll a history check to see if I recall my mission.
Sure, give me. We'll see if you can figure out what the heck Chuff's talking about.
Let's see. Fortunately, mind is pretty good for me. I've got a 2 to mind.
All right.
It's not a skill, but I could persuade him to think I know what my plan is.
While you're thinking about that, I'm going to take a step back, deactivate my shield without harming anybody, and then coming back to the group.
Oh,
right,
quick
yes.
question. Is barrier, I didn't get to use that this time, but is barrier a solo thing, or is that like a wider group protection thing?
It just reinforces your own shielding. So, yeah, it's it makes your shields more durable and gives you the ability to sort of manually recharge them even when you're under fire. But yeah, but it's just a benefit for you.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Cool.
Alright.
For now, I'll hold on to that. We'll see what happens.
Sounds
what
good.
do I roll for mind? Is it it's 3d6 plus a d6 for every stat in mind?
Actually, no. So skill checks are they don't have like the sort of fixed value that combat rolls do. So whenever you make a skill check, you just roll whatever the level of the attribute that you're using is, plus if you have an applicable skill, whatever the level of that skill is. Together, that's a number of d6s you roll. So in this case, if you're attempting to, I don't even know what you're attempting to remember. You're attempting to remember something Chuff told you that was terribly important at one point.
It
So
wasn't important at all.
yeah,
It's
it was,
extremely important.
we talked about it.
Extremely important you remember your mission.
It was very important, guys. So in that case,
I remember that much.
yeah. So there's really no skill for this. So quite frankly, I think the only thing that makes sense is to just roll just mind. I'll let you kick in an extra die, seeing as it is just mind and no skill actually could apply in this case. So yeah, 1 plus whatever your mind is.
And amount of d6s.
That's the
So
number
it's like
of
a dice
D6
pool
you'd roll.
thing.
Yep,
Gotcha.
exactly.
Gotcha.
There we go. Is this the 3d6 you just rolled there? 2, 6, 5.
Yes, sir.
Sweet. Well, you need 5s to get successes on skills, generally speaking. So yeah, that's 2 levels of success. That is to say, yes, you probably even remembered some things that Chuff forgot.
I think what happens is I snap into this like super serious mode and I start recounting the mission, like meet at this rendezvous point at 600 hours, and kind of list deviations from plan, and then like kind of list things off, and then go right back into kind of more relaxed, like, all right, puppy dog mode.
I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm asking if you remembered to get the beer that we sent you to go get.
Oh, yeah. I'll pull it out. Like, so there's some pilsners for the weaklings and a Krogan stout.
There it is. I'll take that. Amazing, you were able to get
told
that
not
through
to-
the roof ceiling.
Yeah, I was told not to handle it without gloves.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You should be fine. You should be fine.
Yeah, there's a
The
warning
burn
on the
means it's working.
The warning besides, like, do not, if you get this in your eyes, flush immediately in a chemical shower. Do not expose to, unshielded flesh. Blah blah blah. Yeah, you're fine.
Stuff
I
just
think I had a hot
shotguns it.
sauce that was like that.
Shake before opening.
Yeah. Yeah. Do not shake before opening if you're weak on the side. Anyway. Okay. All right. So with the beer run, an unqualified success, and with the big angry thing dead, the way is now open for you to proceed to what is almost certainly going to be no further difficulties.
We do need to continue our way out of here. Chuft and Doogie, could the two of you perhaps move the large corpse blocking our exit?
Absolutely.
Sure.
I'm gonna hop over there and start trying to like one-man it before Chuft gets over there.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy.
I got it. It's easy pickings.
You're doing it wrong. You have to lift with your thorax. It'll pick it up and start rolling it to the other side of the room.
Yeah, loosen the jar for you there.
Zira, how far did
Good
you
work.
get in your observation earlier? Do you know how much farther we have, or what could lie beyond the rest of the doors?
Well, the really funny thing, that first door back there where we were like totally ambushed and everything?
Yes.
I got there.
Oh.
And there was nothing in the closet, and then there was something in the closet, and then there was something thing with the laser, which I'm still a little concerned about, And I don't know what is further, but I know it's not technically far.
I see. Yes,
But we're
I have...
probably in for a bad time.
Yes. I agree with your hypothesis. I also have not forgotten the other variable of the laser-wielding foe that was behind us at the door. Although whatever it
laser
is
dog, yes.
appears to have eased off for now.
Should we kick
I
his
don't want
ass?
to find out.
We can do
Nope.
that.
I would like to proceed, please.
The most healthy outcome for us would be to proceed with the exit, as Zira has said.
Fair enough.
Pardon me, big guy.
Um,
Excuse me.
You said it was that door? I'll point at the door that they referenced where the other guy was.
No, it's
No, it was the door
back
this
around the
way.
corner some.
Oh, the laser thing. Yeah, that's the other way. Sorry.
The laser dog.
I'd like to
Yeah.
roll. I'd like to roll biotic control to like shift a bunch of garbage in front of the door to like barricade it.
Seems legit. All right, yeah. Why don't you go ahead and give me a roll for that?
It's all the way back around that corner, FYI. Andrew.
Yeah, it's
yeah?
Here, I'll kind of show you if you it's this door here. This is not entirely out of your wheelhouse, so you'll just have to do sort of a bit of biotic dragging, kind of. But you
yeah,
can.
get kind of a singularity that kind of like whirls and moves around the corner and then like seizes up and like tightens things in.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see if that couldn't be done. So I would say, yeah, go ahead. You're gonna want to roll for this one. Your biotic control, which I believe you said was 3.
Absolutely.
Sweet. Yeah, that's your main area of expertise. And then you're going to go ahead and add whatever attribute feels to you most applicable, which by default I'd say is probably mind. Although I would also accept an argument for body if you could somehow sell it to me.
No, I think mine
Sell
is the
him
way
your
to
body,
go.
Andrew.
Yeah. Well, you know, hear what we want to hear. So so that would be your and what was your mind again? 2.
Mine too. Yeah.
Sweet.
So total of 5.
Total of 5. So you're gonna roll 5d6. And
A4.
looks like you're rolling d4s there. Why don't you go ahead and roll that again with 6s?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I could do that. Oh,
Damn.
and get that.
Wow. Okay. So
That is a lot better.
So for skill checks, you normally want to hit 5 or 6. However, if it's something, not you don't even need the however, but I'm just going to tell you, if it's something that, if it's a skill check that like very much relates to what you feel like either your class or your character's personal background would be good at, that is, I've trained for this, you can hit on 4s instead. I don't really know that much about Doogie, but this feels like something he would do. So, would normally do. So I would say you could hit on 4s for this, which that means you have a 100% success rate with 5 successes, which basically means you can do whatever you want. I
think I think I kind of like walk over, kind of peek around the corner, look at the door, like, all right, crack my fingers, and then just like, and things kind of like shake and rattle, and different metal pieces like rattle, and then like zoop, fly over and get into this weird like magnetic tornado, and then just like slap against the door and like tighten up to where it's like almost sealed in. Doogie just kind of, all right, next room, let's do this shit.
all of the Venetian blinds that were in this room are now in one densely compacted mass around that door. Nothing's getting through it as far as you're concerned. So,
Cool.
yeah,
Appreciate
That
it,
felt
Doogie.
good.
Perhaps now we should adjourn to the exit.
alrighty.
Following you, Blue.
And I'm following Zira.
Gonna like approach this doorway, and instead of just being like everything is fine, I'm gonna like do the peek, just that like, and then back in, just to get a look around, just a quick look see.
Fair enough. Okay, so this this immediate area that you step into seems, chill. Nothing immediately leaps out of the air shafts, try to attack you or anything like that. The ceiling doesn't collapse and Discord lost teammates on you or anything. Yeah, the door that you identified when you sort of pulled the map earlier, this one that says exit on it, is close by. You do also notice there's a closed door right here that has a little like sign plate on the wall next to it, which says which basically just says security.
Guys, the last time we went into any kind of security anything, I got a whole bunch of drugs. Can we go in there?
Absolutely. You say drugs? I mean,
That's Sydney
absolutely.
talking, but
trust-
also
I trust your judgment, is what I meant to say.
Zira, was the exit door not our optimum path?
Was the exit door not our optimum path?
okay, fine. I'll
There could be
walk
Wait, no,
towards the
terminals that
exit
have-
door.
I don't appreciate you
s-
making fun of my Solarian cadence.
I do not
Yeah,
know
nerd,
the
move. Might be culture drugs in there. Let's go.
Solarian cadence.
What about like holo terminals that may contain some invaluable intel?
But what if the intel?
What about the intel?
I maintain that no
Yes.
intel would be as
Yes.
valuable as our safe passage out of here.
Every
Oh,
Which one
party
says
looks like I need-
has a pooper.
Looks
Apparently,
like
I
I need
am in the
a
minority.
couple seconds to. I need to regenerate my my mind power. So if you could, just hold back. Just hold back for just enough seconds to check out the security room.
I am an observational man by trade. I can tell that you all wish to investigate the other door instead of heading for the optimum exit.
I mean, everything is already
gonna-
gone to shit. Well, like, why not?
I shall wait
I
by the
kinda-
critical exit door, and you do as you please.
You guys also, there's more than one of you. You can do both at once. You can
I was
open
gonna
both
say,
doors at
observe
once.
this,
Yeah, I'm
and I want to
standing.
try and rip this door open.
I am standing around the corner by that exit door, just with my arms crossed, just like,
Yeah, you can't help but notice that there is like this kind of looks like a fire exit sort of a situation to a degree, but there is very clearly like a door release lever on the wall right next to you. It's like
Yeah. He
break
just-
glass and pull to open
He
exit door.
wouldn't pull it until the party's actually all there.
Fair enough. I just wanted to point it out. It's
Yeah.
obvious how to open the door when you decide to do so. Meanwhile, Chuff, you're tearing doors off hinges. Did I hear?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, which door is the one? I'm not sure.
Oh, it's this one right here. It's the one. Sorry, you had the wrong layer. It's this one right here.
I'm still there, but I'm gonna move my
Okay.
token just for sake of showing the map to the stream.
Sure, of course.
I'll see if it's open, but if it's locked, I'll try and biotically rip it off the door handles.
Fair enough. As it so happens, it is locked, given that security and everything. So, do you want to make with the biotic rip and tear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's doom
Am
it
I
up.
able to assist in that? Like, if he's using biotics, could I like amp him or something?
I would say sure. Why not? There's no reason why you couldn't sort of like biotically pull on the door as he is also physically pulling on the door. So yeah, I'd say that's a valid assist action you can take when it makes narrative sense for you to be able to assist somebody else, and you tell me how. You can go ahead and kick an extra d6 their way when they make their skill check. So, Chuck,
Hell yeah.
you may now have one bonus d6 to whatever it is you were already going to roll to do violence to the architecture.
So,
Okay, now Jeff. Go ahead.
is this an exert check
Well, you did say you
or
wanted.
biotic control?
I would accept either. You did say you wanted to biotically rip it out of the door frame, so if you want to use biotic control, I'd say go ahead. Why not?
I guess I like to think of it more as like this combat telekinesis, where
Yeah.
like he uses biotics to like enhance his already immense strength. So like maybe if there's like some biotic glow in his hands, he just like his fingers just go and then rips it open. So whichever, both of them, both scores are 3 for biotic control and exert,
Damn.
and he has a body of 4. So
I'd say mix and match either way because it's going to be mathematically the same. But I would say what skill you're using, this sounds like body to me. So
Okay.
you're going to be rolling a grand total of 7 dice plus 1 for your friend's assist. So make it 8.
And does overpower you add a bonus d6 to all exert checks and to all contested melee checks against non-broken creatures? Does that also apply here, or
If you want to call it an exert check, then sure.
Oh my god.
okay? Yes, then I do want to call it.
Sweet. All right.
Cut to just like
Make it 9 dice.
So,
cut
Chuck,
to
what you're gonna
If
want to
that's
do
gonna
is
make
you're
me
going
treat
to
this
want
wall
to
like a sardine can, then I'm in.
you want to take your
Sorry.
Omni tool and you want to like link it to like the door panel there, yeah? And what you're going to do
Okay. So also because you tell me, Ryan, but to me this sounds like the sort of thing that Chuff kind of just does on the regular. So I'm going to give you the hit on 4s thing as well. Which means you get 3 successes, which is most excellent.
cut to just like the door ripping sound effect, but like Klanik around the corner, just like, just
Yeah, I imagine you just hear like it holds for a second, like he's like, I'm just kidding, and then like you hear that awful metal groaning as it just like tinfoil just crunches over, and like
Yep.
the electric is just like sparking.
Yeah, I think honestly, with 3 successes, I think it's not even like the door gets crumpled into the frame. It's like the door and the frame as a unit just kind of, and you just like there's like a hole in the wall now where the door was. So yeah, you
Feel it like a bad scab.
yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah, you
They just
rip your
make ancient space stations like they used to.
all right, so you rip and tear your way into the security office, and yeah, you reveal 2 things of relevance. First, there is a computer that's on behind the desk. The chair is not Krogan sized, but it whatever. And also sitting on the table is drugs.
Uh,
That is-
Sorry,
We're done.
I have one thing for you, and one thing for me.
This is 3 characters of yours now that have acquired drugs, for the record.
And I've never taken them. Can I point that? Well,
That is true.
one of them has. One of them has.
Did Phyllis?
Oh, Phyllis, like,
She
got
took all the
addicted.
drugs.
Phyllis was like,
Okay. Oh,
Phyllis
right,
was
yeah.
like 60% drugs.
Because Val was goody two
Oh,
shoes. Val was goody two shoes and didn't use medieval cocaine for an entire 2 years that it was in her possession.
So, Reed, we briefly
boy.
played a Fallout Baltimore campaign where at one point I think
That
we
was
spent
so
like
good.
a police station where it had lots of guns, and then there was just like a whole drug evidence locker, and
Mhm.
Sydney's ghoul character was just like, "We're about to die."
You got like a bunch of buffs for doing drugs, so I just took all of them. And
She turned out okay, I guess. I don't know.
Can see forever.
yeah.
All right. So the mechanically relevant part of the drugs in this case is that those of you who have used a charge of Metagel, one of you, can get that charge back because there are first aid supplies in the box. The non-mechanical benefits of finding a box of drugs, I leave to your collective imaginations, and will remind you that the named illicit drug of choice in Mass Effect is red sand. But anyway, do what you want to do.
Now, question, Reed. Could they just carry this with them, and when one of them expends a charge, it could just replenish it then?
Well, given that I made it look like a portable first aid kit, I'd say, yeah, if you want to basically bring, actually, let's just make this really simple. You can recharge a Metagel. One other person may basically overcharge their Metagel by 1 because they're carrying the med
There
kit.
you go.
So one of you, normally everyone can carry 2 charges of Metagel, a maximum of 2 charges. If you're a Sentinel, make it 3.
Yep.
So at this point, either our Solarian Sentinel can carry 4, or one of the others of you can have 3, however you like.
I'm good with giving it to our Sentinel.
Maximum drugs on Clanic there.
I Google imaged mega heroin for fun, and most of the results are not at all what you think they're going to be. Apparently, there's a Bollywood actress named Mega Akash, and for some reason, she comes up as all the results when you search mega heroin.
What's happening in India?
'Cause she is the queen of all heroines.
Apparently, yeah. There's I see 4 pictures of coke here. All the rest are of her, or of heroin rather. Anyways,
Um,
I'll be gosh darned if we didn't all learn something today. Anyway,
Klanick is not in the
I'm
room.
about to get really good at psionics.
yes.
Klanick is not in the room, so if other people just take the Metagel and don't tell them, no problem with me.
Anyway, so you guys can distribute that as you will. But also, and one of you can, experiment with the other drugs in the evidence locker if you want. But also, like I said, there's a computer on as well that may or may not have some relevant information for you to check
Oh yeah,
out.
guys, look at the computer.
Guys, honestly, I think our resident scientist might be the one to do the drugs.
Knowing that Tony's character is like the computer person, Doogie's gonna sit down in the chair all confident and try to crack his fingers again, but he did 5 seconds ago, and I think I got this.
Sid might be better, actually, at computers than I am.
Really?
I'm only level 1.
Oh
I have
yeah.
a +3 in tech and a or level 2 in computer systems.
Yeah, she's better.
Yeah.
Zara, could you maybe you should take a crack at this one.
Picture.
I can try. I'm gonna I'll go in and like show him how to work the Excel spreadsheet like I had to do today at work.
I picture.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, I picture Doogie sitting down there and like being confronted with the password field and just like very deliberately typing in 1 2 3 4. It doesn't work, and it's like this is impossible.
He starts going 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2.
Butts
Yeah.
5 6 6 9 6 9. Butts 6 9 6 9. I don't know.
Have you tried 80085? That's usually the
I
one I
have.
use.
I tried that one. It said a special character, so I added Spock, and that's nothing.
Did you try
before-
69420?
That's not. Wait, hold up. You're onto something. Here, get in here. Get in here.
Before Zari walks in, Chuft is going to reach into that and pull the baggie of red sand and say, "Our secret."
You
What
don't know
needs to
me.
know.
You got it, big guy.
Alright. Alright, you guys keep track of your own illicit substances. I don't have a field on my side of the fence to
That's
monitor
fair.
that, so yeah. Anyway, do you want to do some computers to this thing to see
Yeah.
if it can get to tell you useful information?
I want to do the computer to the computer. Yes.
Sweet. All right. So as you just were explaining a moment ago, you've got what do you say? Like 2 + 3 for a grand total of 5 dice to roll with this.
Yep.
And if breaking into computers that aren't yours feels like something that really speaks to Zera's background, then
Yes.
you can hit on 4s.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say that's
Yeah.
kind of her bag.
Yeah. So let's say go ahead, take it.
All right. Yeah. Oh
But seriously, like, if you live with her, make sure to blast your cash constantly.
Just
Oh,
delete
boy.
everything all the
Yeah.
time.
That
All
search
right.
history is like not safe.
All right, give me a hot second, because that does work, and I'm gonna show you something. Let's see. Perfect. This will do. Let's make this spiffy, just for absolutely no reason, but just entirely because I can. Okay, I'm gonna do that, and we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do, I guess, what is that? 90. Yeah. Make it 70. Make it 90. All that's very good. All right. Hey Zero, do you see more stuff now?
Oh, God bless. Yeah, I do.
Sweet. All right. So when you get into the computer, it pulls up what appears to be security camera feeds. Specifically, one in particular that catches your eye immediately, because of all of the stuff that's happening. Yeah, and the camera, and the camera's kind of doing that thing where it sort of sweeps
Yeah.
back and forth.
What are
Little bit.
those ones called? They're
Oh, it's the
Yeah.
Five Nights at Freddy's puppets.
oh, I forgot their names.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so much shit in there.
Anyway, so that's what you see. Also, No, there's no reason why everybody shouldn't enjoy this, frankly.
Hello.
Oh my. Oh, there's Krogans
my.
in there.
Yep.
There's what? There's like
Vorcha? Is that what they're called? Vorcha?
Yes, fortunately,
Yes.
yeah.
dude, there's so much going. So there's like infighting happening over there, right? It
Oh
looks
yeah,
like-
no.
Are they fighting?
As the camera sort of sweeps, I'm not moving around because I'm lazy. But basically, as the camera moves around, what you're seeing is there appears to be a bit of a skirmish going on
Okay.
between what your sensibilities would probably pick out pretty immediately as Blood Pack. The Vorcha and the Krogan together are a bit of a giveaway. The bright red armor plating with not very well drawn skulls on it is another. And I just, given your collective backstory, I assume that you know who Blood Pack are, so I'm just going to give that one to you.
Bloodback.
Yeah.
Your
That-
stupid chant. Every single time. Blood, 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 we get it.
Yeah, so anyway, so that's going on, and they appear to be having a bit of a shootout with Reapers, who largely comprised of husks that are like coming out of the walls, kind of actually all around them, although mostly from to the north. And then there's a few other Reapers that have actual firearms at the northern end of the room as well. The other thing which you are made aware of is that, as the camera kind of sweeps this way, is you can see the writing here, right? That's on the right layer.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so you see that there's a plate on the wall here next to a closed door that says Service Garage C3, which you're pretty sure is in fact the garage that you want to get to, that you hope, all applicable digits crossed, has a flying implement in it. An intact air car or spacecraft would be delightful, so hopefully it contains one of those. But anyway, yeah. Unfortunately, there's a war in the room between you and it.
Mm-hmm.
Who has the highest persuasion in our group?
I have
I'm
stealth.
I'm pretty persuasive.
In
With
what
my gun.
language are you persuasive? I've seen you
Violence.
headbutt somebody's face.
Universal language.
All right,
First
maybe a
language.
couple of us could try it then. All right, if we bust in there, blast a couple of those mindless whatever husks, and then we tell them, like, you guys focus on the north side, we'll cover this southeast side, and then instead of doing that, we'll rush into the hangar bay.
I have a counterpoint. What if we yeet in 50 grenades and we just hope for the best?
I have a counterpoint.
Go on.
How about they fight and kill each other, and then we come in afterwards and mop up whoever survives, and then we leave.
Counterpoint.
This is the best game, you guys.
You may go.
What if when we go to mop them up, decide that one one-sidedly?
Actually,
should probably-
counterpoint to that, which I'll just tell you because you can see it happening on the camera,
Uh-huh.
is that at the moment at least, the fight appears to be in a sort of a stalemate. It's an unstable stalemate to be sure, but we've basically got ambiguously limitless husks versus Vorcha and Krogan regeneration. So at the moment, they're a little bit stalled out against each other. There is some damage being done that's not that isn't being healed away or whatever. In fact, the Blood Pack seems to have gotten their hands on some Lokis. These ones here, that they have. They're not shooting at the Blood Pack. They appear to be fighting husks, and those are taking some damage that isn't being repaired. But as long as they're operational, there are actually some proper synthetics on the fight as well. But yeah, the Reapers just they kill husks, but more husks come out of the floor vents, and then every time one of the Vorcha gets shot, they just hiss, duck behind something, and then you can see in real time you can see their wounds starting to scab over because Vorcha heal very fast.
What if I go sneaky sneaks and I go find a ship and then I just crash it into this wall over here, and we load
That
up
was gonna be
and we go?
my next. I think that's a great idea. Yeah,
It might be
Zira
awful
here-
though.
Zira here can sneak and fly a ship. So what if the rest of us bust in, cause a commotion, side with all the other mortals here, and start pegging away, blasting away at the baddies, and then while we're doing that, Zira sneaks in, hijacks us a ship. We stick close to the exit, and like, you all press up, we'll follow, and then instead of following, we dip.
But do they dip as well?
Who knows? Who's to
I dip,
say?
you dip, we
But
dip.
at least you'll be in the ship. You dip, we dip, we dip. You dip, I dip, we dip.
No, hold on. He's got a good point. If you sneak past and you get a ride,
Mhm.
they could try and take the ride from you and us.
They could,
So that could be a problem.
or I can run them all over.
Ratch, you're the numbers guy. What do you think on this?
I'm still around the corner. I'm not in this discussion.
That is true. Technically, Ratch is not in the room. Oh, also, you notice that you can toggle the camera to a different view if you'd like.
Ooh, I can just move it. Apparently, we
You
just
also-
have control over it.
What?
Yeah. If you want to just wander around in that room, you too. There's a couple more cameras in that room, but I was actually going to say there's another room that you can actually switch the
Oh,
view
nice.
to,
Yeah.
which is
Oh, shit.
this room.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh.
Wait, where? I was zoomed out.
You guys.
Or zoomed in.
Oh, man.
Where? Oh, there we are.
I don't think any of us are qualified to drive that thing.
I
So-
have, excuse you, I have a whole 1 point in vehicle / starship tech.
Seems legit. All right. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that because that was not the feed that was active, but you can toggle to it. You do notice, you see there actually is what appears to be an intact air car in that garage. However, there is a small problem that you can see on the camera. There's always
There
a catch.
always is.
Sheila.
There's always a catch. The catch in this case is not with the vehicle itself. The vehicle appears to be fine. The problem is that the door, and just spare me on this one because I didn't have anything to put outside, but there's a door here to the outdoors that is currently open. And you can see basically some you can see what should be like probably rotating red warning lights that are not active right now. So it looks like there might be the door is the door probably doesn't have power. Also, the camera has a little indicator on the bottom that's
Bless you.
basically said
Thanks.
basically it's giving you an atmospheric warning. It's basically saying that warning, this
No
room
ammo.
is depressurized.
Oh, sounds
which-
like a good reason to
Yeah.
use my enviro suit that I'm stuck in.
True.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's also in this particular instance, the sticking point is probably that that door there probably isn't going to want to open while there's vacuum on the other side of it.
Yeah.
In order to get it open, you'll have to get that door closed. Can't go in the garage to do it, so you're probably going to have to move a little bit and find your way to somewhere where the tower's control systems are.
There was a hallway back in the last room, and it led to a ladder.
Yeah.
I think it went up, maybe down.
Possibly. I'm also going to move the initial camera to another camera that's in that room
Yeah.
up to here.
This is fun. This is clever.
Yeah.
I like this. This is neat.
Cool, thanks.
Mhm.
Glad you're enjoying it. I'm having fun messing with line of sight stuff. Anyway, there's another. Anyway, the reason I pulled your view up to this camera is because there's another sign that you can actually read pretty easily through the camera
Yep.
attached to this door here.
Oh, jeez. Louise.
So your guess is that getting the garage door shut again so you can get in there probably will require going through that door.
So you said we've
I
got
have-
Reaper's yellow What are the factions involved right now?
You've got Blood Pack, which are Vorcha, one Krogan who's leading them, and some repurposed Loki mechs. And that's squaring off against the Reapers, which are some cannibals, a couple of marauders, and a plot amount of husks and abominations.
What if
Gotcha.
we send our Krogan after their Krogan? And, like, I don't know, maybe they sync up and become, like, no, Captain Planet, maybe. I don't know. Is that how that works? That might not be
I
how
don't
that
think
works.
so.
Do you have to have rings?
I think
I don't know.
I think
What
there's
do
an
you think we
incubation period.
are?
I don't know. I feel like there's
Oh.
some kind of, like, pack tactics that could happen there. I don't know.
Hold on, hold
Honestly,
on.
guys.
Can you,
Blood Pack tactics.
sorry, can you enhance on that Krogan?
Enhance.
Wait, that's Chunko. Chunko's a piece of shit.
Can
Guys,
you
we gotta
pretend
kill
they're
him.
not a piece of shit for like 5 seconds? We can totally kill him, but could you
No.
just pretend he's not a piece of shit for like 5 seconds?
In
No, I went to Krogan High School with this guy. This guy's a total piece of shit.
in Chuff's
Oh, I'm sure he's a total dingus.
in Chuff's defense, Chunko actually is a piece of shit. Specifically, he has two big strikes against him in Chuff's estimation. The first thing is that he's a backstabber. He doesn't have a lot. He doesn't do the whole, like, you know, honorable warrior thing well, which is the reason why he's in the Blood Pack and not, like, you know,
Yeah.
actual like a proper Krogan mercenary. The other thing is that he's pretty xenophobic. Like, he tolerates
Ah.
Vorcha because they're useful, but like he does not like humans. He does not like Quarians. And is
he's a
also
backstabber and a racist.
yeah, he's also known to shoot Solarians on sight. He really doesn't like Solarians. So anyway, you might be able to talk to him, Chuff, for a second, but the rest of you are have some pretty bad luck there. Anyway,
All right.
Okay,
yeah, Chunko
I've got
sucks.
some ideas.
Tuco's
got
a
some
real
ideas
bitch.
here. So, as far as Chunko, I'm just gonna write notes here. Chunko sucks dong. No, Chunko sucks shit.
Chunko's like a guy that, like, you go in and he's like, "Hey, how was your weekend?" It was like, "Oh, I killed 30 husks," and he's like, "Really? Because I killed 1,000 husks." And you're like, "No, you didn't, Chunko. You fucking lying piece of shit. Why are you always doing this? You don't impress me, Chunko. Stop lying all the time. I hate him so much. He's just
All right,
he's just that
want a
guy,
mini
you know."
series of just Chuff
Chunk
being angry at
sucks the
Chunko.
moon. Chunko sucks the moon. Chunko
Okay.
sucks the moon.
So
Oh, also, he wants to kill all Solarians on sight for the whole Jennafish thing, which
Which
In some
is
ways I
part
get
of why
that.
he sucked the moon, man.
Cut to, I'm still out in the corridor waiting, just like swirling around this test tube of fizzy liquid, just like, nope, too much lemon, not enough lime.
he's making Sprite. Okay. So we can do sneaky sneaks, or we can do grenades, or we just go back to our room and have that beer.
I still think the best plan is to try to convince the Blood Pack we're on their side against the Reavers and kind of manipulate them forward into what works for us. And then we kind of use them as a front barrier to cycle and sneak into the utility control. So like we'll like shepherd dog them where we need them,
Shepard.
and then we definitely kill Chunko, because that dude is like that dude's a popcorn fart in an elevator. That dude's just the worst.
All right. Here's my plan. What we do is we say that we're on their side, and then, Zari, you go sneaky sneak up there. You stay hidden. You turn on the door so we can get out, and then you come tell us when that's done. And then once we're like, all right, well, we're gonna leave now. Fucking kill him when we get out of here.
So we are going to like stab the guy in the back before he stabs into our back. Is that?
Listen, we can argue
Glad
the
we're on the
morality
same
of this,
page.
but Chunko's
no,
an asshole, man.
I'm just clarifying that I'm on board with the plan. I don't care who we stab in the back, so long
100%.
as I get off of the Citadel. You know.
100% fuck Oak Chunko. Like, that's
It's not an if
yeah.
when he betrays us. It's a when. And knowing that
That's
guy,
a
he probably
plot
can't open
point.
the door.
that is the main mission point is end Chunko
You guys,
and move
you
on.
guys, I heard the sound,
Is
and
this
I hate it.
is this something we hear through the wall?
Kind of back from the way you came.
Okay, I can play it for stream real quick here. Let's just give this
Please.
a little
Forgot about
little
that.
sound.
Please do.
Reed's over there like you've had enough time.
So I got
Get
an
going.
ad.
Crank that up a
Are
little
you
bit.
playing the ad?
Okay.
Oh boy.
So I should.
Is that on our side or on their side?
Oh, that's like coming back from the way you came originally.
Can I close
Okay.
this door?
I hear that. And that's when I finally come around the
Sure.
corner into the room. Just like, have you all
Yeah.
finished your business in here? Or are you wasting time playing that stupid point counterpoint game again?
All right,
Counterpoint's not stupid.
counterpoint.
Okay. I
We
refuse
both
to
said
play.
at the same time.
I refuse to play your counterpoint game. I will instead make an assertion and say we need to get moving through the exit door. I'm sure you all heard what I just heard, and there's no way that what's on the other side of that door is any worse than a banshee behind us.
Funny
Dot,
story.
dot,
Ratchet's
There's
right.
like a
Yeah.
whole ass war over there.
I was gonna say ... Then you fill me in on
Absolutely.
everything and just
But
All
here's
right.
the-
Walks over. He's like, Ratchet's right. There might be another guy that wants to kill Solarians on sight, but he doesn't care. He wants to get in that room no matter what it takes. And I say we follow his lead. Let's do it, boys.
Fuck yeah! All right, Zira, you sneak in when you get a window. Fucking, not Chuffed. Tony's character, whose name is not available on screen. Clinic, you just don't get shot by fucking Chunko, cause that dude's a prick. He's a piece of shit. So
yes, I've heard
maybe
many a
also
story about
sneak-
Chunko from Chuffed.
Sneak in support.
Yeehaw! Let's go.
I assure you,
We're moving
Doogie,
that
I'm
front
not looking
line.
to get
We're
killed.
moving that front line right now. Let's do this shit. And I go to kick the door, and I kick the door, and remember like it's a panel. And
Yeah,
I
we
kinda,
didn't-
like shake my knee off, and I like hit the panel,
Yeah.
and then I like shoo.
Yeah.
Well, if we're all going with Doogie's plan, and then pull down the panel release.
Yeah.
To
You.
be fair, it was all the same plan.
Yeah. I like that you kick the door and
We're on
nothing
the
happens.
same page.
Yeah. Hold the door.
Ah.
Pull the door release and all right, let's see, one of you's still in the office. Okay, dude, I'm gonna go ahead and put you, I assume you want to be nearer to the door when it opens.
Yeah, was I looking at the wrong room?
Possibly. Okay, also
Doogie's like, let's go, and goes into the wrong room.
yeah. I love it. Okay. All right, let's get that door open, shall we?
It opens, and you just see, Klanik's eyes are just like,
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
so,
it
my.
safe to say that Doogie's energy has recharged at this point?
oh yeah, no, all you guys, your cooldowns are refreshed, your energy's recharged, shields are back up, all that good stuff. Guns are reloaded.
Nice.
So so the door opens, and there's a war on in this room. There's a lot of Husk are like screaming at each other and other things, and kind of bounding out of the shadows. You got Vorsha, who are kind of erratically firing assault rifles at them, and also just shadows. One of them, who is glowing, has a flamethrower and is kind of crouching behind this pipe and erratically firing it over the top at anything that gets close, which seems actually to be super effective against husks. And of course, then you sort of in the middle of it all, you have this Krogan Chunko, who is basically angrily yelling at everything at once, and periodically firing off like a high explosive shot from his shotgun at basically any cannibal that pokes its head above cover. And the Lokis for their part are more or less just kind of like kind of confusedly taking a few steps in a direction, spraying machine pistol fire in a direction, then stopping and rotating and kind of going another way. They're sort of loosely orbiting around the Vorcha in the middle of the room. And when your door slides open, it's a fire exit. So like when it slides open, like a spinning red light appears over it, and it starts rotating. So that Vorcha, of course, immediately like snaps its head in your direction. Is just like, and it's like,
Hello.
boss, we've got more. And without even looking your direction, Chunko's like, he's just like, do I look like I care? Tell me when you've killed everything. So yeah, he's like too busy trying to nail this one cannibal over here with what appears to be the Carnage power, to even really be interested that there's like a new flank in this fight. So anyhow, you guys, as I said before, again, welcome to the jungle.
Well,
Oh boy.
You guys can. They're all kind of effectively taking their turn. They've already more or less taken their turns at each other. There's some damage on the field, whatever. Deal with it as you will. So you guys get to come in and do as you will.
I think I'd like to take the first turn in order to take attention away from stealth members of the group and to smooth things. I know I don't have the highest persuasion or connect, but I am going to, unless people object, I'm gonna just fucking go for it.
What is the skill for persuade?
The skill for persuade. Hold on, let me consult my own notes. Another thing.
You have persuasion in there.
I'm pretty sure that I did. So thank you for just saying that it's there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say that would be the one. You'd probably want a persuasion for persuasion.
Okay,
Okay.
but I do have 2 points to provoke.
So provoke would be perfectly cromulent if all your goal is to get Chunko's attention on you. He's probably not going to be in a super jolly mood with that attention, because provoke is not. Provoke is used for drawing attention to yourself, taunting, intimidating, all that sort of thing. Whereas persuasion is the sort of thing where it's like, brother, we fight as one. If that's what you're going for, that would be more persuasion.
I don't want to step on your toes, Doogie, but since this is Chunko and there's a prior relationship with Chuffed, I do want to say listen, asshole, if you're not too busy dying, we're here to save your asses, and kind of get his attention, and kind of get his get him vexed on me, then let's go from there.
I would say that you could certainly roll provoke for that. I'll even kick a bonus die your way because you two have history apparently.
We do now.
I really had to roll. Hey, we're playing a short run game here. We're fast and loose with character backstories.
Love it.
So yeah, let's do it.
The strongest structures are built fast and loose,
Checks
how
out.
Sounds like science to me.
I have a degree in architecture, and if I think that makes sense, then trust me, it makes sense. Anyway, let's go ahead and.
What do I roll for provoke? I have 2 in the skill, and then is there another body, mind, or tech that applies, or no?
I would say that most of the time, for what you're doing, it sounds like mind, because you're not flexing at him. You're like yelling at him and trying to get in his head.
Yeah.
Provoke could potentially be a body thing. Like it's like, oh, I want to intimidate the guy by tearing a phone book in half. It's like, well, sure, that's provoke and body for sure. But
Okay.
yeah, you're using your words, so mind, I think.
All right, so 1 for mind, 2 for provoke, and then 1 for prior relationship.
I'm giving you a bonus die because you guys have history.
There's a 4.
There is a 4. 4s are only a success if this is like, you know, something that speaks to your specific character backstory or whatever. So, honestly, you know Chuff better than I do. Is this sort of taunting his normal play, or is he going a little bit outside of like his, you know, biotic charge first, ask questions later MO?
Towards us? I guess this is more just us announcing our presence that we're here to help him, but I still don't like you. That's the really important part here.
Yeah, no. It's that's I get that, but it's like, you know, again, you can hit. You did get a 4, and I'm just saying that would be a hit if this is like, basically if this sort of like, you know, semi-aggro banter, like, you know, but we're gonna help, is kind of in Chuff's wheelhouse. Like, it's this sort of like, do you do this sort of thing a lot? Do you announce yourself in this way in kind of an obnoxious fashion at people who you kind of don't like?
Yes, that's a core backstory trait.
And
His name is Chuffed, not friendly.
Alright, so I'll let you count that as a hit. Again, we're playing kind of fast and loose with this, but again, the rule is that, like, you know, if you're doing something that correlates well to, like, your class's training or to your background's concept, you can count skill checks. Skill checks are successes of 4s instead of 5s. So,
Okay.
Alright, so, Chuffs, I'm
Then
saying
I
that this
would-
sort of...
Then I would say that Krogan being a disgrace is definitely a part of his backstory because it is a primary motivator for him.
Seems legit. Okay, so I'm gonna give you the hit on that one. So, you definitely get his attention. And to be abundantly clear, your goal is to get his attention, so as to draw his ire upon you rather than, or to draw his focus and potentially his wrath upon you instead of on your friends. Is that more or less what you're going for with this? Okay. So, as I said, he wasn't really paying any attention to what was happening over there. Again, he was just basically, like, telling his fortune, like, I don't care, kill them all. But then you speak up, say that, and yeah, he, like, in the middle of reloading his shotgun, he's like, his head snaps over your direction, and he's like, it can't be. It's like, Chops, you pile of thresher leavings. What are you doing here? And
Saving your ass. And then he wants to take a shot at one of the cannibals running around.
Okay. Are you going to take a shot, or are you going to hurl yourself at them? You as a vanguard, that is your prerogative. So, what do you want to do?
For now, I'm gonna say he draws his pistol and takes a shot.
Fair enough. Okay. Would you perhaps ping what it is you're shooting at, just because there's a lot of potential targets?
Tag this one.
That one there? Cool.
Yeah.
Well, that husk is just mindlessly out in the open, as is their wont, so you can just, I think it's within your range. Your optimal range.
That is range 60.
Yep. And I think that was, what, 50 feet away for him? Yep. So yeah, you can just tag him, so you don't have to roll at all unless you're trying to go for headshot, which you really don't need to. It is just a husk. So, go ahead and just give me a damage roll then. Shoot him.
4.
And total of 4 on a husk that had already lost a little bit of health. Yeah, dead. So yeah, con effect shot. Boom, dead. Yeah, he's so yeah, he kind of like, he's glaring at you. He glances over, sees the dead husk, and then he glances he sort of like glances back towards the Vorcha. Like, this Vorcha is definitely like kind of, it's aiming at you now because you kind of startle it coming through the door. He just and he yells at that one, but all of them. He's just like, Reaper targets first. we'll sort out everyone else later. And he just kind of, and then he kind of just like he's just glaring at you, Chuff. He's not doing anything else. Like a bullet comes whizzing by his head, and he's still just like.
Yeah. Sounds dangerous.
He's
I'd like to.
dangerous man.
Oh.
All right, that's I think everything for Chuffed. Next.
I'd like to follow up on that or capitalize on that. I see Chuff moving in and talking with the leader. I'm going to rush up and take cover behind what seems like some high pallets here, and yell to one of these boys. And I'm gonna try to persuade, garner attention since Chuffed has some. He's working on the leadership. I'm gonna work on lower leadership, and I'm gonna start yelling, "You guys! I'm gonna cover you and move. I'm gonna cover you and move this. Move the line up a little bit. Move northwest. I got you covered." And try to persuade, and then I'm going to, as an action, I'm gonna start just unloading on. I mean, whoop. 30. Yeah, that's in range. Yeah. I'm gonna go for this guy here. See if I have some cover bonus on them.
Yeah, he has no cover from you, so you can just go ahead and shoot him, unless you want to try to go for the called shot. That's your prerogative.
I don't think I'm gonna go for the called shot. Well, it will be my second action. No, you know what? No. No.
Fair enough.
No,
In that,
fuck it. I'm good.
okay. In that case, you can just go ahead and just roll your damage straight, because he has no cover
That's
from you. you're good.
2d6.
7. All right, cool. And yeah, husks are very weak, so yeah, that's enough to kill it. So it drops, and this one is, as you can see, it's one of the reddish ones, aka one of the abominations. So when it dies, it actually explodes.
Oh no.
So yeah, so there's nothing around it, so it doesn't really matter. But like you see it like crumple to the ground, and the moment later, its body detonates, and the crates around it are traumatized. But yeah, no damage is dealt. It is dead. All right, cool. And yeah, I'm not gonna make you. I mean, I suppose you could want. If you have persuasion, you could try to roll it like as you're moving in. This guy's already not gonna shoot at you because his boss told him not to. But if you're trying to make like an additional inroad with him to be like, hey, we're friends.
I am, and I'm kind of I'm using the persuasion kind of a twofold thing. I want them to kind of understand that we're in the same fight here, and that like my orders aren't to fuck him over. My orders are to like, we can win this. Let's get in here. And so like I'm hoping he will follow orders and then kind of like disperse those orders to be like, hey, circle him and all that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I've got a mind 2, persuasion 1, so that's 3.
Is.
All right, rolling 3d6 here. They're low.
It's not so great. Okay, so unfortunately, I think he's not. It's not like he's gonna turn on you, because his boss told him not to. But yeah, he definitely like as you move in and you like as you yell at him, he just kind of like you can see him. He narrows his eyes at you and he's just like, human, and then just kind of like, kind of ducks back down behind his cover before turning his attention northward.
Maybe next round.
Maybe. Anyway, I appreciate the effort. I appreciate it. He may not, but I appreciate the effort. Okay, next. Still got two more of yous. What do you want to do?
Sid, if you'd like to go for it. You're still
Yeah,
muted.
you're muted.
Anyway, I guess I'm gonna activate my tech cloak
Okay.
and frickin' hustle.
Very good. Okay. Ninja mask engaged. Saw you put the marker on yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, so
My speed is 20, right?
it is. And you can activate tactical cloak as a part of a movement, so you can actually
Cool.
cover 40 feet
So
of
I could-
ground.
So I could basically dash. This part right here that's not letting me ping. This is like raised cover for the Vorcha behind it, correct?
Yeah, that appears to be like some damage, something or other that fell off of the ceiling.
Okay.
So he has cover behind that. If you stood on his side, you would also have cover. If you stand on this side, you don't. But on the other hand, you are invisible. So
Right.
Yeah.
But also, if they're like red shirt and this stuff, then I mean, or not red shirt and stormtroopering, I don't want to be a part of that. So I'm gonna sneak
There's
him
that.
to right behind him, like kind of crouching low, staying close to the ground, just to evade getting sniped by that Loki bot thing.
Fair enough. Yeah. Just for the record, the Lokis are such as it is, kind of on your side right now, because they're they're with the Blood Pack. So.
Right. I just don't want to be like, here I am running across a field of fire. Oh shit! Like,
Yeah.
You know.
Fair. Totally get it. Okay. So very good. So you double move, you activate your tactical cloak, and tactical cloak has wonky cooldown rules.
I was gonna ask about that.
Yeah. No, it's understandable. So basically, yeah, your cooldown is 1 when you first turn it on. However, if you continue to stay invisible, the cooldown gets longer.
It slowly ticks upward, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So it ticks up at the end of each turn that you're still cloaked. So you turn it on, it's at 1, you double move, your turn's over, you're still invisible, so then it ticks up to 2.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The duration of it is also here, so you basically have this round, the next round, and then it's going to go away. So next turn you can move, do another double move potentially, and then it's going to wear off the turn after that.
Shit. Okay.
So you can get it functionally about another 80 feet of movement before you're entirely caught out.
Okay.
Okay, that is that, and I do believe that just leaves us
Yep.
with Klanik.
All right. Well, given everything I was told about Chunko, so real quick, Reed, these kind of blue with a yellow triangle. What is that?
Those actually are barrels of water.
Okay, so
they're
not
not barrels of
explosive.
No, you can stand behind
Alright.
them. You don't have to worry about getting exploded.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm going up here then and just kind of ducking behind this pipe.
Yeah.
And
Alright.
I might as well take a shot at one of these.
Sure. Who are you thinking?
Just to be useful. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to measure. That's 35 feet away. That should be well within range of me. So yeah, I'll just take a shot at that. Is that a husk, or what is that?
That is a cannibal actually.
Okay.
He actually has a gun.
Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna take a shot at him, and I'll just
Okay.
take a normal shot.
Normal shot. All right, just go ahead and just hit me with the damage.
6 damage to the cannibal.
Not bad at all. All right, takes off about half his health.
And I stay behind this pipe, which I assume is some level of cover.
Yeah, this pipe is offering you very good cover, as are incidentally the barrels and whatnot. So you're in a nice little right angle corner there. Okay, that's everybody, yeah? All right, no objections. Here we go. So yeah, there's a lot happening on this map. So I'm going to try to be as quick as I possibly can about this. Let's see. Here's the first off. Yeah. Okay. All right. Very first thing. See this guy in the back?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys remember like the one power that Marauders have? Kind where they hold their hand up in the air and they kind of go, and then they charge up the guys around them.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, so he does that. So what that means is the cannibals and a couple of the husks get armored up. But that's all he does. The other one is going to, I think, yeah.
Reed, correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a difference between shield and barrier?
Yes, although it depends on what you're talking about. For the purposes of most weapons, no. Shields and barriers are basically the same. For the purposes of powers, on the other hand, yes, there is a difference. And your powers will specify if there's a bonus or a weakness, depending. For Biotic Charge, for instance, which you might be thinking about, deals double damage to barriers explicitly, not shields.
And the blue is shield?
Yeah, that's why there's different bar colors. If something has a blue bar, that is shielding. If it's a purple bar, that's barrier.
Okay.
So the enemies in this case, for the most part, are shielded rather than barriers. Okay, so anyway, let's see, what else am I doing here? Oh, I know what I'm doing here. This is a great opportunity. So this cannibal, freshly be-armored and shot at, is going to move up to here, and it's going to return fire. Specifically, it is going to underhand lob and where is my? There it is. Yeah. So yeah, this cannibal here moves to behind that box, and then it sort of like aims its arm cannon up at a 45 degree and just chunk, and a jagged.
Could I use a snapshot to disrupt that?
Actually, if you want to snapfire at him, you definitely can. You can catch him while he's still out in the open.
I would love to try.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will take that grenade away because it might not happen. All right. If you want to go ahead and make a snapshot attack, just for context, in case anyone's forgot. Snapfire is something that you can do when it isn't your turn, potentially disrupting what the enemy is doing. This is most immediately useful and applicable against like a husk rushing into your face, because it's pretty hard to miss. But you can attempt to do it against targets that are farther away or doing other things, like in this case. So the catch is that attempting to make a Snapfire attack reduces the optimal range of your weapon, no matter what weapon it is, down to 20. So he is outside of your optimal range. Okay? The other catch is that you only get to hit on 6s. So you're going to have to roll 3d6, and you got to hope that one of them's a 6. You got me? Snapfire attacks. Yes. Snapfire attacks are inherently inaccurate unless you have set yourself up for them beforehand by taking the Overwatch action on your turn.
Gotcha.
Okay?
All right.
But there's nothing stopping you.
3d6.
Yeah, absolutely nothing stopping you from trying.
Nothing. Blank.
Wasn't. Unfortunately, was not meant to be. So, yeah. Now, again, just for context, if you had been on Overwatch, that would have been an auto hit because he would have then been within your optimal range with no cover. So, just Overwatch is valuable if you've got the space for it. Anyway, unfortunately, in this case, didn't end up happening. So you pop out of cover, you take a couple of quick shots with your Matic at him. Unfortunately, it does not connect, which gives him time to move behind this box and deploy that grenade, as I said previously. So you've got a grenade. It's basically like a sharp blade of metal with like a glowing red bulb in the middle of it that is now jammed into the floor betwixt all three of you. It looks explodey. So that's happening. Meanwhile, we've got more stuff happening. Let's go down to the lower quarter first. So let's see here. This Vorcha here is gonna get tag teamed by two husks that were coming out of the floor grate in the lower right. That's down here. So let's see here. I'm actually gonna resolve this very quickly. I'm gonna short circuit it a little bit. Okay, don't ask what witchcraft exactly I'm doing, because I'm just inventing something to make this faster on the fly. But suffice it to say, I only needed two good die rolls in this case, and I got 4. So basically, this Vorcha gets swarmed by 2 husks that just like basically claw it to death. So unfortunately, his regeneration can't save him from that many rapid lacerations, and he dies. This abomination comes bounding forward and is going to try to tackle this Loki. And Loki's, for all of their might, that's the joke, they are not good at defending themselves from melee attacks. So at close range there, you actually see this abomination leap onto and bear hug that Loki and just start kind of like... and the Loki is basically just like kind of twitching back and forth like, why? So that's not great. Yes, that's cool. And then let's see. Yeah, there's one more husk that's kind of got to take the long way in, and I guess he'll start heading towards you guys. There's a bunch of you over there. So that's cool. Then we've got. Let's let the other 2 Lokis do something before they get killed. So I think this one here is just going to go ahead and fire at that husk because it's more or less out in the open from its perspective. So let's see here. That's 2d4 burst, yeah. Six ain't bad. Chips him. And also it like advances on him a bit as it's firing. And then the other one is, I think the other one actually is going to respond to the situation that's kind of developing southways, and it actually starts moving this direction, and it's going to fire at the nearest husk to it here, that one. For pitiful damage, good job. Okay, that's fun. Then we've got more cannibals. 35, I think that's within range. Yep, cool. Don't worry, I'll explain what the pink boxes are and everything. Alright. This abomination runs up and is going to attempt to attack the guy with the flamethrower. However, the flamethrower is going to shoot the abomination as it runs in and probably kill it. Oh yeah, no problem. Which is going to destroy it, which causes it to explode. And then we've got swear I'm almost done. I realize I know I put an awful lot of stuff on the board. This is doing things, so please forgive me.
They're killing each other off. We're whittling it down.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, I assume it's not so bad if like half of what's happening is them hurting each other.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, and last but not least, I've got one more cannibal here who should probably do something. Oh, I know what he can do. He hasn't, because the other one did it. He chucks a grenade at these guys. And then advances very aggressively to here. Okay, I think that's everybody. Okay, so the pink boxes, for those of you who are wondering. Oh, actually, wait a minute. That's not everybody. I forgot the most important person. I forgot Chunko. He gets to do something.
Least important.
Yeah.
I love off the cuff names. Just like, what am I gonna call this guy?
Always the
Chunko.
best.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think what Chunko does actually is he's gonna move up, and then he's gonna get moving, so he gets to move a little further, and he's gonna get to here, and he's just gonna lay into this this guy who just moved up, with just like a running charge with his weapon. He incidentally he has a claymore, just in case you're wondering what weapon he's toting. So he just comes swinging in and just like with like a baseball bat, just like boom, hits that this cannibal here. And for all of Chunko's flaws, he's pretty buff. So yeah, that cannibal's not a threat anymore. Okay, so that is everybody now. Okay, the pink boxes. The pink boxes are suppression. So this represents this cannibal and this marauder respectively, poking up from out of their cover and just firing their weapon at somewhat inaccurately in your general direction. What does that mean? That means that if you try to walk through that space, or if you try to take an action within that space that will expose you to that suppression fire, which is, you know, basically anything that would cause you to poke your head up, which can be firing your own weapon, using a power, climbing over low cover, you know, use your common sense here. You're going to get chipped for some automatic damage. The basic damage that most weapons deal is 3, but it is modified by the rate of fire. High rate of fire weapons will actually deal a lot of suppression damage to your shields, specifically. So, the 3 of you there on the left who are in a suppression field, that means that your options for staying there are not great. You're also sort of doubly motivated to move because there's a grenade laying there that's going to detonate as soon as all of your turns are done. So you probably do want to leave the country if you can. You just may need to take some suppression damage in the process.
Guys, I think I can help us here. If you're willing to let me go first.
Sure.
So, like, peeking over and seeing the guy laying suppression fire, Chuffed is going to take the damage as the little biotic surge kind of like you feel everything kind of pull back as he releases and charges straight forward right at this guy.
So that is going to deal, not that this matters to you because you use biotic charge, that would deal 4 points of damage to your barrier, 3 for base suppression, and then an additional 1 for rate of fire. But when you use biotic charge, you get 5 points of barrier back, so you can just kind of cancel it out.
Yes, I do.
Vanguard life. The other thing that's cool...
You just hear Chuff like, guys, I'll be right back.
Boom! The other cool thing is that biotic charge, if you read the power, it's quite simple. You move adjacent to an enemy, deal 5 damage to them, and you stagger them. Staggering is great, because staggering breaks suppression.
There you go. Does the 5 damage
Wonderful.
also take him out, or is he armored?
He actually just has more health than that, so I adjusted his health bar accordingly, but he's still alive.
Is it an action to switch to the shotgun? Or can I just swing it around and take a shot?
Switch to the shotgun from what? Oh,
I was using a pistol before.
Yes. Well, so the answer to that question is yes, unless the weapon that you're swapping to or from is a sidearm, that is a pistol or SMG. Then it's free. So, yes, the answer is yes. You may just swap for free.
Alright, so then, Chuffed is gonna charge forward, smack this guy in the head, then quickly holster his, in like one smooth move, holster his pistol, and then just pop his shotgun out and take a shot point blank.
I like it. Okay, he has no protection from you because he is staggered, so he can't take cover even if he wants to. Go ahead and just give me your damage then. Do you still have your incendiary rounds loaded?
I don't know how long that lasts. Can I just load up on barrier and incendiary rounds out of combat?
Unless you get completely surprised, there's nothing saying you couldn't activate them like just before you open that door.
I imagine if we were going into a hell zone that he would load up a fresh bucket of incendiary rounds.
Yeah, you certainly can. Yeah, the limiting factor on incendiary rounds and barrier is not whether or not you can activate them and keep them maintained. It's more the fact that like there's a downside to it. Barrier slows your other powers down. Incendiary ammo reduces the number of shots your weapon can take. But yeah, as long as
what does it reduce them to?
all ammo powers reduce the size of your weapon's thermal clip by half.
Okay. Alright, I didn't know that. So...
Okay.
So then I have 3 bullets in the katana, so does that mean I have 1 bullet in the katana now?
But yes, it would. So basically, you can take 3 normal shots or a single incendiary shot.
Oh. Well, that seems like a really heavy trade-off for +2.
Awesome. Yeah, that might well be the case. But anyway, roll with it for now.
Alright, then 9 in damage to this guy.
Okay. He is armored, so you get the +2. He's also armored, so your shotgun's damage is halved. But he was already pretty badly injured, so that takes him down.
Alright. That's 2 actions.
Yes, indeed. Okay, yeah. Also, for one word done here, post-mortem that shotgun only having 1 shot thing. Okay, moving along. Chop, you went first, right? So everybody else, who wants to go next?
I'd like to. Well, I guess Doogie's in it too, but I definitely like to get out of this grenade range.
I might have a thought for that.
Throwing it back is very risky.
It is.
It is.
There's a rule for that, but it is risky.
I'm looking for it, but I can't find it. I know I saw it earlier.
It's let me check my own rules. I think it's near. I think it's near evasion.
Is it defending yourself?
No, actually, it's power targeting and evasion. If you yeah, so
targeting.
Yeah, so go to power targeting, and then there's a note on throwing back grenades, which begins with, "It is possible, if not advisable, to attempt to throw back some types of enemy grenade." Yeah.
D6, drop highest. Oof. Bypassing shield barrier. Oh. Well, I mean, the plus side is now we are out of Overwatch, so we can move without getting fucked up.
Oh, actually, that reminds me too. The in your particular case, because you did a snapfire attack, yep.
Yes.
So, snapfire does draw from your next turn. So you actually, on this turn, only have 1 action to take.
Oh.
That's the catch. You can snapfire as much as you want until you run out of action from your next turn.
So it pulled ammo and one attack or 1 action.
Yeah. So yeah, snapfiring allows you to do things out of sequence, but there is a cost. It takes away an action from your next turn to do it. So this turn you only actually have the 1 action.
Then, if that is the case, I will. I mean, unless you had something, Tony.
I'm just getting out of the thing's blast radius.
Okay. Yeah, I'll like scramble over here and incorporate a reload or a venting into my movement.
Good thing. Yeah. Climb in there with the Vorcha. It's like, find your own cover, human.
Right now we're covering together, bud.
Yeah.
Team.
What? No, not team. Not team. I'm not agreed to this.
Is that all you're doing, Andrew?
I mean, I've got 1 action. I moved and reloaded, and that's all I could do.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, this
Avoided
turn.
danger and
Gotcha.
prep for the future. Because my clip was empty.
So Reed, what's the rule on vaulting? Can I just do that? Get over this pipe?
You can move across low cover, which is what that pipe is, at
Okay,
no
cool.
penalty to your movement. So yeah, you can just hop over.
I would like to hop over like that and take another shot at cannibal guy here.
I actually would like to point out that if you get a little bit closer to him, you can negate his cover. So he's got these boxes in front of him.
Oh, good point.
right?
Yes.
So if you move to there, no cover at all. You can just point blank.
Done. Yeah, I would like to do that.
Okay. Now, are you hitting him with? Are you just shooting him with your gun, or are you going for some sort of power use? What's your move here?
I was planning
is
on
al-
just.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He is armored, which will do unpleasant things to your weapon's damage. I'm just warning you up front. That's what the little like castle icon means,
Right.
right? So that will reduce the damage that your locust deals by an amount equal to its rate of fire. High rate of fire guns are bad against armored enemies.
Right,
It's the
right.
general rule.
This, I mean, this one, Locust isn't terrible with that. I don't think.
I think it has a rate of fire of 3. So
It
if you just bodied him, you deal 2d4 minus 3 damage.
Okay. Let's freeze him.
You can do that.
Let's freeze him. He's got armor. Let's freeze him.
Fair enough. Yeah, that will weaken his armor and slow him down.
Yeah.
So,
I'll pop
very good.
over to get way out of that grenade, see my foe, and just go like, "Oh, well, I suppose have this," and then just freeze him.
Excellent. And you actually do have one more square of movement if you'd like.
Oh, do I?
Yeah, because that was you've moved 15, I think. Yeah, 15.
Oh, okay.
So you actually can move one more if you want.
Let's just do this and duck behind the same cover that he
Fair
had.
enough. Fair enough. Okay, so you step up, you freeze him, so he has no cover from your snap freeze, so he can't try to dodge it, so it just hits him. And then you duck back behind the same box so that you have cover.
Yep.
Very good. Okay, so he has been map frozen. A lot of stuff in the 2 column right now. Also, this should be on 1 now. And yeah, great. Nice and easy. I believe that leaves us with only Zira, as having not done a thing yet.
I can move through friendly squares, right?
Yes, yeah, you can
Oh my
walk.
God.
You can walk through Doogie there, no problem.
Okay. Then I can get here-ish. All right. Actually, ooh, I was expecting to not be able to sit there. I can get here with double move.
You can get there. It's 80 feet. Or 40 feet, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
40 feet, yeah. 8 squares.
So that moves this little ticker up 1, and then I'm trying to stay low without going completely prone as this thing does suppressive fire.
Yeah, you're kind of running right past the area that it's shooting at, so you're just kind of like head down. But yeah, you
Well,
managed
initially
to.
I was like, I could go around these guys and avoid the flamethrower guy, and everything's gonna be fine. And then you put the pink boxes down.
Yeah, no. Pink, I do like my pink boxes. Anyway, okay, so that's all fair though. So yeah, you get there, no problem.
Yep.
And very good. Let's go ahead and have them do some stuff. So first off, let's see here. These guys. Okay, I'm gonna have the blood pack go first because they do need a chance to move before this grenade just kills them. So, gonna have flamethrower guy just he's gonna just run out of the open and sort of trust in his Vorcha physique to protect him and just annihilate this husk with his flamethrower. Really nothing he can do to stop him. So that's cool. And then this Vorcha is going to, I think he's going to go aggro and just advance really hard along with the boss. He's like, Kamko's moving up, I'm going to cover him. So he just double moves actually, and he's going to get behind this barrel right here. Let's see here. This guy, he's actually, he's going to help the Loki out that has a abomination attached to its face. So he whips around and starts firing at the abomination, which can't really defend itself because it's 10 feet away from him. And he's going to destroy its barrier. That's actually, there's really... you know what? Actually, I'm going to have it be more fun. The Loki actually will use its taser to destroy the barrier, and then the Vorcha will shoot it, because that's more entertaining for me. Why did I -2 that? That's not right. Make that -2 a +2. I just did the math wrong. I'm sorry. So 6. All told, Abomination is dead. Abomination explodes. There we go. See, that's why it's funnier for me, because then I get to hurt the Loki. Okay, that's that. Other Loki. This guy isn't doing anything. He just got rocked by an explosion. This one though will start shooting at the. He'll actually keep shooting. Sorry, at the the husks below you. See if you can actually kill one. The answer is yes. It's dead. And I think that is everybody except for Chunko himself. And let's see, Chunko himself is going to move up. Right next to you there, Zira. And is going to shoot the Marauder there with his Claymore. And hurt it pretty bad. Not gonna kill it, not outright, but it's gonna hurt it pretty bad.
What's interesting about this is that they don't see Zari, but we don't see Zari either. So
Yeah.
we just have faith that
Yeah.
she's doing her thing.
If we hear a sudden, like, cracking of a helmet and hear a body go down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If you hear like a thump, like a sort of a thump of a body hitting metal deck plates, and you don't see a body match that sound, then you're like, oh, right. Anyhow, okay,
Just know
so
that she's immensely uncomfortable right now.
yeah. Well, I apologize because it's about to get more uncomfortable. Because the best play that this Marauder has, given that he's outnumbered and has no AoE attacks other than this one, is to do
He's
this.
doing the same thing but in gray sweatpants.
Yes. The gray sweatpants of suppression. So he just
Very philosophical.
so the see him, he pops up, and you just see him kind of like rack his face. Then it's the Turian assault rifle, known for its precision and abnormally large magazine, and just starts like back and forth. Chunko is standing out in the open relative to this guy, and so he just eats it. For how much suppression damage does the face induce? Somewhere between above average and a lot. Let's see here. Rate of fire 5, so yeah, it deals 6. And he's just like, he's basically just like, like he doesn't care. Unfortunately, Zira, you may be invisible, but that doesn't mean you're not tangibly there. So you are you're also caught in it, so your shields are also going to take 6 damage. Yeah. Let's see here. Then the other this Marauder, who's kind of cornered, is going to attempt to sort of strafe away, and is going to also fire at Chunko as he goes. He's just going to take a normal like running shot, which is probably going to break his shield. Barely, but yeah, it does. Okay, so that's them, and then I've got the fight of the century over here between the cannibal and the sentinel on
I
either
just
side of
don't
the same
want to
box.
die. I was told there were dangerous things in this room.
Yeah. So the cannibal, I think, is just going to sort of like loom to its full deformed height and just kind of lean over the box and start trying to like shoot you like over it with its arm cannon.
Okay.
So it does have to roll to try to hit you, but it's gonna try. It's frozen, so it's like I could move, but that's gonna be really painful. It got a 5, so that's one. That is the one success necessary to hit somebody at reduced cover.
Okay.
Normally, because you're on diametrically opposite sides of a box, that would be heavy cover, but you're also within 10 feet of each other, which
No
reduces
problem.
cover by 1. So.
I mean, it won't take out all my shields, I don't think so.
Unless I roll max damage, that is indeed unlikely.
Well,
Oh my god.
I rolled pretty darn good. Got
all right. Well, there goes shields, but that's okay. It is
All
what
right,
it
yeah.
is.
Okay. So yeah. So
Healers.
yeah.
Famous
so your
last words. Unless I roll really high. Well.
I did. All right, so I roll abnormally high, and yes, unfortunately, that the heavy bolts from its arm cannon break through your shields, even though they're reinforced with your tech armor.
Oh my. Oh, my tech armor actually isn't on right now anyway.
Oh no, never mind. Then it definitely breaks through. So sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so that happens. Meanwhile, let's have some more husk violence. Oh, actually, no, the heat did thing. Okay. So this husk is going to kind of come bounding up to here. And it's going to attempt to bear hug the Vorcha. Resolve this real fast.
Could I interrupt that action?
You could snap fire the husk if you want. That's like
Yeah.
the main way that you could interrupt it.
Yeah, I'd like to develop a rapport, a rapportia with this Vorcha, if you would.
You know what? I like it. So go ahead. So yeah, this now you can't miss because it's within 20 feet of you, and it's just running straight at you. So now you can just go ahead and roll damage. This is still going to take an action away from your next turn, though.
And that's 3d6.
No, for damage, I think it's 2d6, right?
Damage.
Yeah, it just goes
Yes,
straight to damage.
2d6.
That's way more than you need to kill a garden variety husk. So yeah, you put it down hard, and
boy.
yeah, and the Vorcha looks a little surprised for a second, and then it hisses at you, and it's like, "This human was going to eat that one."
You can eat it later. Move the line up.
Meanwhile, this husk runs up here and is like is like fist fighting this Loki, and yeah, it takes off a little bit more of its health just by clawing at it. And I think that's everybody. Do you believe it is? All right, cool.
Whittling it down.
Back to y'all. All right.
I just make
The
a
mo-
run for it, y'all.
Most important, Zira, your invisibility is wearing off as we speak. So yeah, if you're
Yes.
gonna do anything with it, you should do it now.
Yeah, I can make it to the door from here.
Okay. Also, one thing I'm going to point out, because you're in that suppression field, you probably want
Yeah.
to actually first move. You probably want to first move such that you exit it.
Yeah,
'Cause
out.
If you walk through it, it's going to ding you again. So yeah,
Yeah.
I would.
So it's
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And as she goes, you can just hear a lot of Korean swearing just through the comms. Just like
Yeah.
a whole lot of "Bosh that fuck,
Yeah.
Pratya," like just running.
That one was English.
It's like Chunko is just like he's getting riddled with bullets, and he's still like, if someone hear that, shut up. He like turns to the board and he's like, shut up, I can't concentrate. Anyway, you get to the door and you just press the panel and it slides open. It's not locked, so it opens up.
For in full view of everyone to see that you just opened a door.
Bystands in here.
Yeah. So the door slides open. Like the marauder who is running away actually like stops and like turns to look over its shoulder, like what? But yeah, you're in. Is that your full movement? 1, 2, 3,
40.
4. All right. And your tactical cloak is now gone.
It's
Wow,
gone.
just in time.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Or
and
that
my
guy that-
cooldown is at 4.
That marauder that turned is gonna like look and just see all of a sudden you show up and then the doors close again.
Yeah.
And my shield regenerates because I didn't take any additional damage.
Yes.
Or is
Your
it-
shield can
Okay.
now recharge. If you had been hit by a suppression field again during your turn, then no. But
Right.
you were able to get out of it safely, so you're fine. Okay, now just one thing I'll tell you real quick now that you're in here. It says welcome on the floor. I think you saw that already.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably, I will also just tell you, like looking around, some of the other rooms are labeled. Like this one is storage, and this one is bathroom. But this one down here is actually has like a sign, like a a plaque on the wall next to it, and it says it has a little plate on the wall next to it that says power regulation, and then another plate under that says trying to think of something other than air traffic control, but honestly, for a building that has like a sky garage on it, I think it would be literally air traffic control. So yeah.
I have a very important question.
Yes.
Are the ominous little bloody feety prints? Are those true? Is that real life?
Everything. I can't comment on that specifically. I'm just gonna say everything that you can see is as it is.
Wonderful. Everything is great. I got in, guys. Everything's so good.
Great. Everything's good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, now that we've determined that everything is good, what do the rest of you want to do?
I would like to finish off dude on the other side of the box, please.
Very good. Via what methodology?
Is it possible to aim and then do a double tap?
Yes, you certainly could, which would, if you aim, then normally, okay, yeah, if you aim, you then go into double tap, yeah. I don't know why I'm making this complicated. Yes, you may.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Cool. So I need to roll for that, though, yeah? Because I'm calling it?
Yeah, if you're going for the called shot, yes. So go ahead and give me a roll.
It's 3d6.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just aiming for the head. Just going,
Yeah.
you know, with all that.
All right.
It's thinking. 4 is not enough, is it?
It isn't.
All right.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm gonna. Let's see here. Well, then, now, either moving or aiming would have the same mechanical effect in terms of reducing the difficulty to hit. So that's just a miss, unfortunately.
Okay.
What if I were to singularity around the people he was aiming at?
And here's your double tap, which still isn't good enough.
That is true. Actually, come to think of it, sorry, I think my brain just caught up to my brain. I think I know why I was like before, which is you said double tap. Your weapon is a locust, is it not?
Correct.
So the locust actually can't double tap. That's a weapon tag that some weapons have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that
Like,
case, my normal
yeah.
aimed shot still missed.
Exactly. You know, this changes nothing except don't waste 2 ammo. You just
Got it.
one.
Got it.
But anyway,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Double tap is like is a tag that some like marksman rifles have, like the Matic or the Raptor.
Got it. Okay. Sorry, I thought that was just an action. Okay. In that case, I still have a bullet. I don't need to reload quite yet.
Quite so. Okay. Coming back around to either Chuffed or Doogie.
Chup, do you have anything?
I can help Ratch, or you can. I was gonna say, like, it really depends on what you want to do. If you want to help him, I was gonna go off to these whatever they're called, the Turians. But it's on you what you want to do. Are you busy down there? You're kind of got yourself situated right now, right? Got some
I'm
Lokis.
in
you have one-
cover. Yeah, I'm in cover. I've got a semi lukewarm encounter here. I've got Bad Boy here, and then what's the tail with these two?
Those are
droid.
Yeah, those are security mechs. They're currently friendly to the Blood Pack, which means, at least for the moment, they're friendly to you as well.
So they're probably going to be taking on this boy.
All right.
Probably. This one has been shooting at them heavily, so yeah.
Got one action.
So you want to give Ratch a hand, and I can take the guys up top.
Fine with whatever you want to do. I'm not in a huge amount of danger. Like I
Any
haven't
amount of
taken-
danger is too much danger.
Hey, fair enough.
35.
Or if you could do a biotic thing to these guys up there, that'd be great too.
Yeah, I was thinking, I'm gonna go ahead and pop a singularity here to drag these two dunces in
I
and
see.
make them just putty in my hand.
Okay. All right, your singularity is here. And that is going to cost you 3 points of energy. Okay, so singularity.
Oh, I thought it was 2. Oh, cooldown 3. Never mind, my
Cooldown
bad.
3. Duration 2. Cooldown 3. Okay, so they are. Blah, blah, blah. This one here, who has no shields, he gets lifted immediately. So he is now floating helplessly around the singularity. The one who does have shields, he is not lifted, but he is staggered. Shields protect you from the lift as the singularity kind of slips off of the kinetic barrier.
Yeah.
But if you manage to strip his shields away, then he very well might start floating as well.
We got 1 turn.
Okay.
Well, 2 turns.
You got 2 turns. All right, so they are now floating. Also, I will remind you, because there are 2 biotics on the team, a floating target that has been lifted, or the singularity itself, can both be detonated by appropriate effects.
So that would be a biotic charge.
Yeah, you could charge for explosion if you want.
I can't charge yet. Next turn I'll be able to. So,
Noted.
and that's the case. I'm gonna go ahead and reach over. Is this a tall wall, or what is this exactly?
Yes. These actually are like shelving racks. They are quite tall, but there's gaps you can shoot through, so they're still just like normal cover.
All right, then I'm gonna reach through since those guys are handled right now. So there's a moment where Chuffed looks at Chunko, who's getting just pelted with bullets, just like, help, please. And he's kind of like does that Will Smith meme where he looks at him, and then he turns away, and then he fires at the one giving Solarian friend a hard time.
Gotcha. Okay.
I got 1 bullet left on this thing.
Okay. Make it cool.
So do I need to roll to hit?
You don't actually. From your perspective, he has no cover.
Okay.
So if you're just going for a body shot, you just hit automatically.
What about a called shot?
If you want to go for a called shot, I will have to have you roll, and you need to hit on it. You need 1 success to hit.
And is that a 5 or a 6?
5 or a 6. Yeah, 5+ to hit.
Okay, called shot against a weak point, such as a creature set deals +6 instead of +3. What does the +3 come from?
That's just the regular called shot bonus damage. If you succeed on a called shot, normally you get +3 damage. If you are using a high caliber weapon like a Carnifex, it goes up to +6. Carnifex is it's designed for this.
What do I get? 3d6 to hit?
That's right. 3d6 hit on 5+ if you want to go for the headshot. If you want to,
let's do.
if I can tell
Sorry,
you
go
this,
ahead.
but just I can tell you the probability if you'd like, if that would help.
Of 3d6 hitting a 5 or 6. What's the probability?
Slightly above 70%.
Then yeah. Watch me now. Watch me fail it. Watch me not get it.
They do say never tell me the
Why
odds
would you
for a
say
reason.
that?
Yeah. You know, if only 4s were a success. Well, see, that's the problem, is that if you hit 70% of the time, you miss 30% of the time. Okay.
Rolling around
Well,
grenade.
yeah, true. All right. Well, that was 1 action. You do have another. If there's anything you can do with
Actually, do I have grenades?
it, do you have a grenade power?
No, I don't.
Then, unfortunately, you do not.
Okay.
Grenades are
Then,
explicit
um,
power choice. Yeah.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna hunker down, and since that was my last, Can I reload all my weapons or just one weapon at a time?
Just one weapon at a time.
Then I'm going to hunker down and I'm going to reload regular bullets into my katana.
Copy that.
So I'm all ready to go next turn.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, I can move while I do that too, right?
You can.
So
You can move.
and I'll get right behind this cover right here.
Gotcha. All right, sounds like a plan.
Am I able to see in here too?
Yes, you can see what you can see, and the door is still open, I believe. So yeah. So yeah, you can see Zira through the open door.
The one door I didn't close. I just assumed it was behind me.
Right, but it said like
Zira,
5
you
seconds.
left the door open.
Yeah.
It's fine. In a second, it's going to close and automatically lock. All right, so
Hey.
careful what you wish for. Is that everybody? Doogie, did you do a thing this turn? Oh, you cast Singularity. Of course you did. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just had the one action.
Exactly. Yeah, sorry. I just completely forgot that Singularity didn't
Oh,
just
no.
appear from nowhere. Okay. So, enemy's turn. All right, well, first things first. Yeah, this Marauder does nothing. It just floats around in a circle. So that's cool. This Marauder is going to, just take a jump to the left. His left, not Page left.
Does he put his hands on his hips?
For a moment, yes, because that's where his extra ammo is located. So he does that and loads another clip into his gun. Yeah, honestly, the scariest thing in this Marauder's considered opinion at the moment is the apparently bulletproof Krogan. So he's just going to keep shooting. No. And deal a mighty 3 damage. Cool. Meanwhile, back over here, again, in the fight of the century, the cannibal has had enough of this nonsense and has come around the box to fisticuffs you. So, let's see here. Clanic, do you have the ability... I don't think you have a melee weapon that lets you defend yourself. So, I think you're just...
I don't have a melee weapon. Unless, like,
Okay.
for some reason I can punch with the shield. But, I don't...
Oh, wait. No, you have the Omni Shield, right?
I do, yeah.
I forgot completely. Okay, no, you can defend yourself.
Okay.
So in that case, yeah, give me 3d6. You hit on a 4 because you're a sentinel.
Okay.
And yeah, cannibal is trying to fist fight you. So
I guess I haven't bothered to actually use this yet, have I?
true, actually. Yeah. Well,
Okay, so I'm doing what now?
roll 3d6. You hit on 4s.
Okay.
As do I.
Oh, I got 1.
Got 1.
So I got 2.
I got 2. So tie goes to the defender, but that ain't a tie.
Yep.
So yeah, he hits you, which doesn't break your shield, but it does drop you back down to 0 shields. Yep. So that happens.
Well, this is unpleasant.
Yeah, yeah. You two have been going at it for a little while now.
Mhm.
Okay. The flamethrower guy moves up and is going to just torch the guy who's helplessly floating in the singularity.
That guy's had the worst day.
Oh yeah, he's been having a terrible fight, so he's just
man.
gone. he's super dead. So yeah, that's unfortunate for him. Let's see here. Down here, we got two Lokis and 1 Husk. Quite frankly, I think this is an equation that solves itself. So let's just double check real fast. Oh wow, yeah, okay. They platoon that Husk out of existence. Okay. This Vorcha is actually potentially going to help you out there, Clanic, because he doesn't have a lot of other great targets.
Cool.
Yeah. Let's see here. 2d4, 2d6. No, it is 2d4. Ah, dang it, I messed that up. I'm sorry. 2d4 would be +2, -2 because of weakened armor, 5 damage, only has 4 health. Yeah, He actually takes that cannibal down.
All right.
Takes care of that problem for you.
Well, that takes care of my problem, I suppose.
Yeah. The Lokis are just otherwise standing around being like, we've won, right? And they don't really do anything else. And then these guys, actually, you know what happens? This Vorcha is like, he's basically like, here, let me help you, boss. And he just kind of goes bounding forward, leaps over this cover and claws this marauder. And marauders aren't really actually great in melee, so he just gets kind of staggered back. Importantly, actually, that he's staggered, because then that leaves Junko to just step forward and blast him with his shotgun while he's out in the open. Wow, that's a sick damage roll. So he wings him. Shoots. The marauder's still there. Looks down at his shotgun and like punches the side of it. Like what's wrong with this thing?
Duff just looks over like, oh, Chunko.
Feel your eyes, Chuffed. Mind your own business. Okay, and that is everyone, as it so happens. Alrighty. Back to y'all.
Does anyone have good persuasion? Have I asked that before?
I don't know that anyone
I just
does.
have a 1.
I mean, good persuasion.
I'd like to. It looks like we're getting a nice window here. I want to try to convince people that we've almost got them. Close in. They're up there, northwest quarter. Close in on them. So to kind of get a nice opening for our party to sneak back towards the where the boats are.
Fair enough.
And
Why don't you hit me with a roll then? See how well it goes over.
wait, rolling in D&D? Madness.
D&D, it's Mass
Unheard of.
Effect. Wah!
All right, 3d6.
That's
better.
That ain't bad. Ain't bad at all. Yeah, I think that the the guy who you fought together, you've laughed. You and that one Vorcha are good friends now. Anyway, not really, but he like looks at you, and he's like, you saved last blood for me. Maybe you're not so bad after all, human.
Yeah, shed that shit, bud.
It will be shed. He gets really excited. So yeah, that Vorcha is actually he's kind of go with you now. He's like, okay, maybe you don't
Our
suck.
first NPC follower.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we take the Vorcha with us on the spaceship? Okay, so all right, so that's going swimmingly. Was there anything else you wanted to do other than make a new best friend?
I'd kind of like to fall back to where I know we're gonna have to get into the service garage.
Yes, that is ultimately going to have to happen.
So I'm gonna move my 20 there. What can I combine with that? I don't get like an Overwatch with movement.
Sadly,
What do I
no.
get with movement?
For the most part, movement is
PSP.
movement is usually like reload or switch weapons. Some powers can be combined with it, but adepts don't have too many of those, honestly.
Oh, speaking of, I will bump my it 4. So I'm nearly topped off there. I have a 7 in melee. That's not bad.
What's that?
I have a 7 in melee.
7.
Unless I did something wrong.
Where is that coming from?
Let's see. Base for adept is 5, and then human I took muscle weave supplement, so I got the increased HP to 13 and +2 bonus to melee damage.
Right.
And then the +1 to body.
Gotcha. So actually the +2 that's just damage. That's not dice. Your melee attack is going to be roll 3d6 and you hit on 5, because that's what the adept gives you.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no, you hit pretty hard. You just don't hit terribly accurately against other guys who can defend themselves. That's all. Okay.
Good to know.
Who else we got here?
Yes, I start to stealth my way to that room. Wait, I
down here?
closed the door. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Let me go ahead and shut that for you.
Because I'm pretty sure I see Chonko outside.
Oh,
And
he's
it's like, oh shit.
he's right there. He's looking not in your direction, but he's definitely right there. So yeah, let me just go ahead and close that up.
Bless you. Oh god. Oh, we're
Okay.
suddenly very alone and I don't like it.
Yeah. Yes, that's the
Okay.
infiltrator's lot, forever alone. Okay, so do you head southways?
Yeah, I would like to take out my pistol, and trying to stay quiet, just given the creativity that happened in the room recently. It looks like, and I'd like to go to the south, the south.
I'll let you take your full 2 movements, because when you get to this door, you actually see something else that would be troubling, except for you being you, which is that this door, there's a warning light lit next to it that's there's a panel next to it that indicates 2 things. 1, this is like a bulkhead that you're about to pass through, and 2, it's warning you that there is a lack of atmosphere on the other side.
I'm not mad about that.
Yeah,
Like
you're fine.
breathable atmosphere, or like there's no good vibes in there.
Well, okay,
Yes.
I can comment on the breathable atmosphere. I'll leave Zero to say whether the vibes are good or not.
Vibes are good, man.
Yeah.
They're not good.
Okay.
But
Anyway,
I'll head on through there.
Yeah. So you ignore the warning and just say, yeah, it's fine, open up, and then the door
Mhm.
slides open. And it reveals the sort of like airlock assembly.
Oh god. Okay.
You good? I think it's your full move.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I think right there.
excellent. Okay, and the door closes behind you as the airlock starts to cycle.
Okay.
Okay. All right, great. You're making excellent progress. Meanwhile, out in the other room, we've still got let's see here. I think we've still got Klanik and Chup.
Talking's still a free action, right?
Yeah.
Zari, what's your status? You ready to go or what?
Just got inside. I just passed an airlock. There is bloody footprints everywhere, and there's blood on the ground over there, and there's just blood. There's a lot of blood, but we're getting somewhere,
Yeah.
so that's really good.
I'm really jealous. It sounds like you're having a lot of fun right now. Just let us know when we're ready to go.
Panicking.
You're
Yeah,
doing
we're-
great, kid.
Zero's had like 6 distinct panic attacks today.
Yeah, just it's a bad day.
Anyway, so you can do that for free, Chup. Do you want to do anything else?
Question. If I
Yeah.
throw on barrier, is it like a big, like, visual deal like that? Or,
Doesn't have to be. It can be a very subtle
Then-
click.
yeah, just because we're kind of wrapping this thing up, and it seems like there's one left that's completely surrounded by the blood pack. I just want to like slap on some barrier, and then so that increases my shields by another 5.
Yeah, so you can now
Correct.
you can now overcharge up to 15 barrier. Yeah.
Great. And then I'll walk and reload my pistol, since I can do that, right?
You can.
And I'll say, well, Chunko, for all I've said, it seems that you've done it once again. Why don't you go ahead and take out the last one, and we can start looking for a way out of here.
You also can activate barrier as a free action if you wanted to move twice. Just saying. Or you can,
It's a free action?
It's not free. It's a part of a move action. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You can move and barrier and move and reload if you want.
Okay.
Oh.
I guess... Should I...
Where's
I'll
that piece of garbage?
I'll move, we'll say, right here.
Is that him?
Oh, that's a flamethrower guy.
Where's
This-
the?
This is Junko. Yeah.
Fucking Junko.
Yeah, for real though. Okay, no, that's fair. You're kind of got yourself set up there. You're like right in the middle of the path. I like it. Klanik, thoughts, feelings.
I'm gonna. What is this right here? This thing looks like a giant plug.
That's a forklift.
It's a fork.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're certified to use that.
I could not tell from the aerial view what that was. I really thought it was just a giant like spark plug.
I understand. It's not the most obvious thing. I was like, I'll put it next to the boxes. It'll be super obvious, but yeah, whatever.
I would like to move over here as I reload my gun.
Yeah.
And just kind of post up. Again, knowing what I know about the history of Solarians with Krogan, and if this one's a particular jerk, like, I don't even want to risk it, so I'm just going to walk over and kind of post up behind this forklift and just, Chuffed, how are things over there? I'm a little nervous about showing my Solarian face. I've heard the stories of this Chunko fella.
Well, the good news is the Reapers that want to kill you are mostly dead.
And the bad news?
The Krogan that wants to kill you is mostly alive.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's a good thing I just reloaded then.
Yes.
Are you about to do an attack?
No, I'm not gonna do an attack, but I have another action. So you know what I'm gonna do? So Reed, Overwatch I know is activated for a certain area, but is it possible to like call that out, but only pull the trigger if Chunko is clearly aggroing toward my teammate?
Overwatch actually isn't called for a specific area. It basically is just
I'm
you
just
saying,
readying
okay,
a shot.
I'm readying
Okay.
up, and it just makes your snapfire attacks
Okay,
accurate.
got
You
it.
can take them without penalty.
Okay, then I would like to do that. Just like if Chunko comes running at my teammate, that's what I'm ready for. Or if any of these are immediately turned on my teammate and suddenly we're in a fight again, I want to just be ready to fight.
Totally get it. Yeah, you don't even have to specify like an if-then kind of thing with Overwatch. You just say I'm on Overwatch and you're good. So
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
yeah, all right, makes sense to me. Cool. All right, so yeah, I don't think dice really need to get involved at this point. I think it's reasonably safe to say that by the combination of Vorcha poking him and Chunko reloading and firing his claymore again, this Marauder is no more. So it is at this point that Chunko kind of he fires his gun and like takes out that last Marauder. And he's kind of like good. He doesn't say good, but he just like clearly his nod says good. Then he like spits on the ground and he turns around and he's like, all right, Chuff. The hell do you want? What's your game? Are you coming in here messing up a perfectly good thing we had going on there?
Oh yeah, you were doing so good pinned against the wall, getting yourself double pincer attacked. What, did you fall asleep during Krogan battle class?
For
is
the
funny to me.
record, I would like to make sure I also barrier and then Overwatch. Barrier and Overwatch combo, and then hunker down into this what looks like probably, I hope, tall cover.
Yeah, fair, fair enough. Okay, we'll preemptively that can be your turn, because mostly this particular action on Chunker's part is mainly going to be harsh language. And yeah, so he's anyway, so he kind of just like, he glares at you and he's just like he's like hell are you talking about? Pinned? We were just letting them move into the position, so we had him surrounded. Then they were in all directions, so we could attack in all directions at once. We wouldn't miss. That's proper Krogan battle mastering. You should know this.
Of course, of course. You truly outwitted them, and Chuft is gonna kick one of the mindless zombies that are at our feet.
His head just like, yeah, and he's like, damn right we did. Now what's you didn't come in here alone. Where are those? You had a couple of weaklings with you. Where are they scuttled off to? He's kind of looking. He doesn't immediately see the Solarian lurking behind the forklift. He's like, I don't know exactly what your plan is here, but I guess technically I did lose a couple of meat shields. You're not gonna get in the way. Maybe there's a spot for you, but we gotta leave all that weak shit behind.
I think I'm just fine, actually. You know, I saw there was some dead reapers on the other side of the Citadel. Maybe you want to go pick a bite with them. Good challenge for you. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm just like trying to piss him off, and like I'm trying to say just like fuck off, basically.
Yeah. No, well, you can see his anger gauge is building. But while this is happening, let's go back real quick to Zira.
I'm vamping is what I'm really doing. Is I'm waiting to call, to hear the call from Zara to be like, get out of there. I'm like, all right, I gotta go now. Bye.
I'm trying.
Okay. So, all right. So basically, I'm gonna say, just because you're vamping fairly successfully, the other two of you, you do have like that round, like you can barrier an Overwatch, and Klanik, your shields recharge because you have a second
I was
here.
just about
like
to ask about that. Thank you.
Yeah, because Chuft is stalling pretty effectively at the moment.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Zira, yes. Let's go back to you for a second. So, I'm assuming you'd like to keep going.
Can you move my token in there just so
I
I can
no,
show it
Reed,
for
I
the
don't,
stream?
but I will.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Actually,
Or copy and paste it. That might be easier. Whatever you want to do.
I'll do you one better. I'm going to give you control, such as it is, of Zira's token.
Oh, just so I can see it? Cool.
Yeah, just don't move it, but you
Of
will be able to
course.
see. Let's see here. Tony, here we go.
Thank
All right,
you.
Do you
And
see?
suddenly I can control Sid's character. Haha. Yes, I see. Thank you. That's helpful.
Into the void of space.
He's gone mad. He's gone mad with power immediately. All right, great. So,
Why did Zero jump out the airlock? That was so unhelpful.
it's weird, right? Okay, anyway, so the airlock, speaking of, finishes cycling and the far door opens up.
Thank you so much, Reed, for opening that door for me. I really appreciate it.
No problem. What do you want to do?
I'm walking forward.
Okay, sounds good.
I think. And I guess double move.
Okay.
Ready? Oh God.
Yeah.
95. Hold on, I gotta move. Over
You
here.
see,
Okay.
you see helpful signage on the walls indicating that air traffic control is this way.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. The bloody handprints now.
What, you thought I was joking?
No, I believed you, but I didn't see it for myself. Now I'm like, oh my.
Okay, that's my movement.
Yeah. Actually, just for quite frankly, because I think it's reasonable to say that that Chuft and Chunko can gutturally insult each other in Krogan for a plot convenient amount of time. I'm gonna let you take like another turn or two here, just so you can kind of get to the thing.
Tight.
So yeah, you can
I
go
don't
ahead
feel
and
like you used my turn.
hold that thought 1 second, because yeah, if you have a specific thing you want to do, then yeah, you can do that. You definitely already are barriered up and can be on Overwatch if you wish, but if there's something else you want to do,
I'd like to start muttering to some of the guys I've built a bit of a rapport with, and start suggesting
That
that
guy.
they want to like leave the area. Maybe like you got better things to do than be here, kind of thing.
Okay, that is going to be a hard sell, but you certainly can try.
Yeah.
Okay, well, go ahead and
And
go ahead
you
and
know I will.
go ahead and give me a roll. Meanwhile, Zero, if you want to keep walking, you certainly can.
I'm assuming that I think I just moved it. I only have like 2 more turns of cooldown, right? So that's gonna probably go down by the time I'm good, because I have a bad feeling.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead actually, just because it's gonna take a couple turns. I'm just gonna go ahead and reset your various cooldowns.
Thank you. 15. Okay.
Nice. Okay.
Uh,
All right. You see, here is the relevant door to the traffic control systems.
sorry, which way?
To your oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong layer.
Okay. That's 15, 20. Gonna double move. Oh, cool. All right. Oh, cool. It's empty. All right. Cool. All right. I go to computer.
Okay. Fantastic. All right, and I could this particular computer actually isn't password locked, so it just takes
Oh,
you.
convenient.
Yeah. So this one just it looks like actually that someone was probably in the middle of doing something on this computer when they abruptly left. You can't say.
Like left their live, like their aliveness.
Left
or
You
just,
their
like,
life.
You
left
can't
the
say
room?
why they left, but they did. They went. Maybe they're just on a long coffee break.
Oh, so that was amazing phrasing.
Yeah.
So
you
I
know.
have
Oh,
a
it's
special
funny.
ask doing this, just because
Yeah.
you mentioned like the swirling lights entering and leaving rooms. Is there any way I could like shut off certain outward indicators that like the room itself is repressurizing, or like that it's
Now
doing
that
a thing in there?
you could, and that would require a roll. You can
Yeah,
you can just power cycle the garage airlock and get the doors shut and access to the vehicle restored. That you can just do. But if you want to do
Yeah.
it subtle like, I will need you to roll for that.
Yeah, I would like to try to do that.
All right, go ahead and hit me.
Okay, so it's computer systems plus tech.
Mhm.
So plus 5 or 5d6. Jesus H.
I'm seeing a success.
Yay!
It seems.
Yay!
Okay. Okay. I'll give you partial credit. You suppress any sort of like alarms.
Tight.
You do not, however, suppress the sort of the red light which like clicks on above the door to the garage. So for those of you still in the other room, above this door, so like a red light clicks on above that and starts like slowly flashing. So clearly something is happening. But there aren't any like whooping alarms that indicate like, oh, the garage is repressurizing. Great, you've done the thing.
Tight.
Okay, do you turn to get on out of here, or you got other things to do?
I think I'm ready to go, though. Out of curiosity, I kind of want to know like how far, like she'd probably want to know like how far away like the Citadel got like knocked off kilter, kind of.
Where are we?
Yeah, like what
That's-
the hell?
Okay, that is a great question. I don't think that this garage
That's fair.
control room in a random tower
Yeah,
on
that's
the ward is the right place to ask that question though.
Sure.
Anyhow, okay, I will say as you turn to go, it's still no atmosphere in here. You do so sound is kind of so you feel a vibration kind of through the floor.
Damn it.
And you maybe glancing over your shoulder, you see that something has dropped out of the ceiling.
Oh boy.
Oh, the dog is back.
It has
It's fine.
returned.
Is that Laser Dog?
That's
Yes.
Laser Dog. It opens its mouth to scream at you, but you can't hear it because there's no air.
That's.
You see the
Oh, no.
and you see the laser on its shoulder start to light up again. So if you wanted to run before it fires, you certainly could.
Can I, well, obviously I'd like to fucking run.
Mhm.
But can I sabotage that?
Oh, it's a weapon?
Yeah, can I do backfire?
Sure. Yeah, it's a weapon, so yeah.
Yeah, I wanna do that, and then I wanna, that's gonna eat into my runaway distance.
True. Well, you tell me what you want to do.
Fucking I run.
Okay, make with the running.
Oh god. Oh my.
Avoid the singularity? Oh no, where are you? Did you run the wrong way?
No, there's just enemies everywhere. Hold on here. I lost track of how much I ran. Okay. So that was around the corner. I think I can get to here. I think 5, 10.
I think that tracks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah!
Do you say anything to your compatriots over the radio? Because I'm sure Chuff could probably vamp forever, but I'm guessing he's probably sort of hoping that maybe he doesn't have to. But, I mean, Brian, you tell me. I don't want to dictate what you're thinking and feeling.
Even while she's running, she's trying to remain like, this is the moment where she's like, okay, either something bad's gonna happen and everybody's like fucked because I didn't say something, or I can, and maybe they can get out. So she's going to very calmly just relay the fact that the room is pressurizing. It should be good to go in a few moments.
Okay. All right. So all of you hear that. Perhaps those of you who know her well might detect a little bit of stress.
I was about to say, like, I'm not
Get
metagaming it at
ready
all.
to go, please.
Yeah, like, not metagaming it at all, but Klanik would at least ask, like, well, that seems quite smooth. You encountered no obstacles on the other side of the door?
Nope.
You took quite a pause there, Zira. I hope you're coming
Enough
back
for me.
here with haste.
Everything is fine. Just start heading that way. It might take me a moment, but get ready to go. I'll tell you when.
I don't know that I believe you, but we are here by the door for when you leave.
Meanwhile,
So
sorry, guess. Yes.
With that 4, 5, and 2, did that persuade anyone to fuck off for their best interest?
Were you trying? So you were trying to basically be like, stay out of this, and maybe you won't. Nothing bad will happen. Is that kind of what you're going for, or?
Kind of more of like a, hey, I, things are good here. Maybe taking some time for you to focus on you, and like get some R&R away from here. Be great for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I'm going to say that you did succeed to a degree, but you're running up against a lot of like, do what the boss says programming. That being said, I think you will convince him to leave your immediate area, and in fact this room, because what he does is he's like, human is right. Fight here is over. Now we focus on fly out of here.
Oh no.
I go help, and he like hops over this and bypasses the sick Krogan insult flinging that's occurring, and he just kind of like, as he's going by here, he's just like he just says to Chunko, he's like like I go help door. I go help door. I go fix door. And Chunko's just like, he's like, he just kind of like waves his shotgun at him. He's just like, yeah, whatever. He's busy. And he goes through this door here. So So he's gonna go and fix the door. He's gonna go to traffic control. Meanwhile, in the Krogan insult fight of the century.
Yeah, I imagine as this drags on longer and longer, whereas the sick burns were pretty spicy at first, they're getting slowly worse as Chuffed is working his way through all of his Krogan yo mama jokes.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's like it's funny you came from an egg, but you also suck eggs. So it's fitting in a weird way.
And I think Chunko is in a similar state where he's kind of exhausted his magazine of sick burns. So I think after a few moments of kind of being like, he just kind of points a shotgun at you and he's like, "No, you." And then he's just like, "Chup, what are you doing here?" But we've wasted enough time, and there's huts crawling all over this damn place. And as much as I'd like to, I've killed 1,000 husks in one day once. You know that. You were there for that.
Yeah, I heard.
So, yeah, you heard. So I could take them all if I had to, but I don't really want to. I have one of my best men. He points after the board to definitely not sort of best man material, but hey, whatever. Working on getting the door over there taken care of, and then I am taking whatever's in there, and I'm flying out of here, with or without you. I'm thinking without you,
smart.
honestly. Yeah. So get out of my way is basically what I'm saying.
Well, I really can't think of a singular reason why you would be able to take that from me. It can't be more than one singular reason why you should have it, not me.
Hey, Chup.
Why you keep saying that word?
Hey, Chup. You know what I heard?
What did you hear?
I heard shit floats, and I'm gonna cast Singularity
We all float down here?
right here. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Right there, and suck this boy up into Trouble
Wait,
Town.
if you do it right here, you can
get
tag
them
both of
both.
them, right?
Yeah.
I could. Wait. Yeah, I'd need to move.
You might have to move. I'll let you, if you wanted to sort of like heard him say it the first time you took a step forward, you can do that. That's fine with me. Because it's only 5 feet
Like I don't want
out of
to.
range.
Yeah, I just don't want to take. Yeah. Okay. I'll grant fire to this guy. Not gonna give me. Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
So you chuck a singularity at him.
Yeah. Check a singularity at him.
Yeah, so the flamethrower of Vorcha starts to float immediately. And he's just like, "Boss, we've been rused." And then Junko kind of, it's like sort of like, "Wait, what?" And he doesn't have his shields active right now, because he got the slow charge model. And yeah, he also starts to drift. He's set to drift by singularity. Jup, or anyone else? Do you have comments on what's happening here?
So what happens when I use the biotic charge on the singularity?
It will explode. It'll fling both of them away, and it will deal a meaty 10 points of damage to Chunko because he's armored. Won't deal as much damage to the other guy because he isn't armored, but it'll hurt him.
Is that better than targeting one over the other?
I don't think so, because it'll hit them both this way.
Okay. Then I'll say, Doogie, you're half right. Shit doesn't just float. It flies. And he's gonna biotic charge right into the singularity and just like send them both flying.
All right. So yeah.
Yeah.
So Chuffed replaces the singularity. There is an explosion. This guy takes this many. He takes that many. So yeah, nice big like boom biotic explosion.
I'm just watching this like through the gap of where like the forklift operator would sit, just like over the seat.
There's only one action if you wanted to do two.
Yeah, so that goes up to 3 because I have the barriers up. And then does this guy what's the bishop thing mean?
Armor.
Armor.
Yeah.
Does shotgun help get rid of armor?
Shotgun? Shotguns are kind of weak to armor. The katana deals half damage to armored targets. Honestly, you'd probably be just better like running at him and punching him at this point.
Then yeah, let's do that. Just as he like gets flung against the wall and hits the ground, Jeff just gonna run up and curb stomp him, just like start kicking the shit out of him. Just kind of bring the shotgun down and hurt him.
So I'm gonna say, frankly, like normally he would get a chance to defend himself. Given that you rused him and surprise attacked him and then it blew him up, and he's prone, I'm just gonna say you can just hit him. There's a lot of reasons why you have the upper hand here, so I'm just gonna say yeah, you curb stomp him biotically. I assume if we're gonna go with the Krogan move and then do a heavy attack, which I'm guessing is what you're doing.
Yes, I think I have to move.
Yeah. So nice big step forward. You give him a punch. Would be 5 damage for a light melee, but we're gonna make it a heavy, so call it 8. And the helix amp adds another 3 damage because you used the biotic power.
Nice.
That'll
So
make
then
sense.
That's 11 then.
That's 11.
What? How did you get 8? Just so I know, because it's a heavy attack.
Yeah, so it's 5 damage for a light attack because you're a vanguard. Your
Okay.
biotic punch is just 5. And I'm just giving you the Krogan thing that like, well, you don't have a defined heavy attack. So if you do a charge, move and then hit, you can just add 3 to your light and call that a heavy.
Got it.
So yeah, that's 5 plus 3 plus 3, a nice generous 11 points of damage.
Then yeah, he just brings the butt of his shotgun down on this guy's skull, on Chunko.
Yeah, which
Whoa, Chunko no Munko.
yeah, he is as they say, no more.
Wow.
Chunko is Dunko.
Seeing all this happen and like assessing, Klanik is gonna lean around the forklift and just expecting flamethrower guy to make more trouble. Just well, this seems to be the best course of action, and I'm just gonna fire 2 shots at flamethrower guy.
Well, he can't defend himself, so go ahead and just give me, I guess that'd be 4d4 damage.
Yo. For
8 points. Yeah, it's good. One of those shots catches his flamethrower tank, which ignites and then explodes very dramatically.
I didn't want to call it because I didn't want to blow it, but I was hoping that would happen.
Yeah. Narratively it's fun, and there's no one near him, so it doesn't matter anyway. But yeah,
Well-
he blows up.
It appears I can make explosions for myself too. Now, hopefully, Zira, can you? Are you on your way out so we can get out of here? We've mostly cleared the whole place out.
Zira, how you doing?
On my way.
All right, you still sound strangely calm.
No response.
Hmm.
Assume that you're gonna double move your way on out of here.
Oh yeah, buddy.
That's
Oh yeah.
definitely. Clinic's subtitle after no response is definitely just the ellipses, just like a.
Implied subtitle: internal screaming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I get a run, or are they taking a turn?
Oh no, I mean they certainly are, but you.
That's fine.
No, you get
we're
to.
still on ours, right?
Oh no, I'm just for dramatic purposes, like they're just coming out and starting to pursue you, so you
Oh,
can
boy.
go ahead and move now if you want.
It's real Night of the Living
Um,
Dead in there.
I think I'd like to reestablish my tack cloak.
Fair enough.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so you just vanish and then run.
Yup.
All right.
15, 20.
Okay, and remember you can tack cloak and move, so you can actually get your other move in there. So you get to that door, you slam the panel on the wall to cycle the airlock, and the door behind you closes.
Yep.
And a moment later, the door in front of you opens, revealing a sort of confused-looking Vorcha, and the fact that the folks that were in the bathroom over there have finished their business apparently. But you're invisible now, so you're fine.
But there's still that, like, that freeze, that hold breath, that, like, oh my damn, like, just,
Indeed. Okay, so honestly, we're about wrapped up here. The Vorcha in the corner out here, just jumping back outside for a quick second. He has dropped his gun and is in the corner, just like, nope, I'm good. You just annihilated the boss, so he's basically done. The other guy is inside, about to have the time of his life. And the Lokis are just standing there waiting for further orders that will never come because Junko is dead. So, all of this to say that, honestly, Zira, if you would like to continue your movement outside of this terrible place and rejoin the crew, you certainly can.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. I'll just go ahead and... You can't go through walls, so I'm just going to go ahead and pull you through the doors.
I think she just comes, like, dead-ass sprinting out of the room, like, invisibles, like, just drops the tack cloak, is like, go, 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 and it's just booking it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna... I guess the Vornskir is already gone, isn't he?
No.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
No, isn't it?
Okay.
No.
All right. So, is there a lot of running and whatnot towards the garage at this point, or is there something else that needs to happen first?
I am
Before
running.
we go, as we're kind of like, sorry, what's your location? Like, door opens. I'm gonna pick up the claymore that Chunko was using and add it to my inventory.
All right. I can dig it. All right. You have one claymore. Okay.
It's like,
And I'm gonna yell to the rest of the noobs over here, everybody just fuck off and find somewhere to chill, or else they're gonna suffer.
Yeah. I feel menaced. Okay. So you guys book it, and of course, as you do, naturally they're coming out of the walls after you.
See, Zira, I didn't want to accuse you of lying, but I had a feeling there was something like this going on.
Shut up and run.
I am. This is my, this is the cool running while speaking about something moment.
Yeah, so you got this. Of course, obviously, pursuing you from the direction that you originally came. Also, that door was left open because it's a fire escape. It doesn't close automatically. What are you talking about? So, you got some guys coming in from that way too. It's a good time for everyone, quite frankly. So anyway,
Whoa, look at that thing.
Yeah, that thing is a bad time. I'm just telling you right up front.
Clearly.
It's easy to tell that it's a bad time.
Yeah, it doesn't look like something I want to have tea with.
No. So anyway, assuming that you just sprint for the shuttle and get in, which I'm guessing is what you do. Yeah, you can run it. It's it's a standard air car. So there's no mysteries in terms of how you control it.
Who's piloting this? My only relative skill is vehicle starship tech. I have a 1. Does anyone have actual piloting?
I got level 1 of
Got-
pilot.
Okay, then you're
I've got
driving.
1 as well. Could I assist?
One of
with
you
the level
drive,
1,
and I'm like the
co-pilot system.
Sure.
I guess. And what I don't know what the tech. I don't know what role that makes me best suited to. I don't know, but.
Well, I mean, this isn't exactly a starfighter.
It's a sky car.
It's
Oh
a
yeah, that's
car.
true. I honk the horn.
You can do that, yeah. Anyway, so you all pile in, and as that another one of those kind of unearthly shrieks sort of echoes down the halls after you, you get the engine running, and a moment later you close the door to the garage as the airlock door in front of you opens up, and you are able to leave this terrible place behind and take to the air. Um, great success.
It's the worst.
Yeah. So, now I will say a couple things. I also am aware of the fact that it's a little bit on the late side. Thank you for sticking with me and humoring me through all this. I do have a sort of a narrative bit.
Sure.
And also, I just did want to check something as well. Did you all want to play one more time?
I was about to ask you the same thing. Was if you wanted to, I don't know if you're cliffhanging with your narrative bit or what, but yeah, totally. We do another one in a week.
Sweet. Well, let's plan on that then. So this will be a narrative bridge instead of a narrative outro then. So
Cool.
All right. So just humor me with a few more minutes of your time
Go
while we
for
do
it.
this. So anyway, so you guys set off into the sort of the sort of atmosphere such as it is, although this Ford doesn't have much of that these days, in your air car. This is not a vehicle that you can use to really leave the Citadel Ward behind, but you can traverse it easily enough. And as you do, you see the state of Tayseri Ward, which is not great. In fact, there's a couple spots where you're reasonably certain you are seeing through the foundation of the ward and out into space. However, you can actually sort of look up and around. You're actually sort of seeing the unfettered, like an unfettered view to the sky for the first time in a while. Because last time you were somewhere where you could see up and out, the Citadel was closed, actually. When the Reapers took it, they sealed it up. But it is now open. It is actually open as far as it can go. And the space is a lot less purple than you remember. And also there's there appears to be what appears to be an unremarkable blue-green planet that looks like it belongs somewhere on the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy or something. Anyway, it's
What a dump.
I know, right? Anyway, there's a blue-green world that for 75% of you is probably not super familiar looking. For one of you, you very much like, oh hey.
That's right. It's the Solarian homeworld.
Like, yes, no. For those of you who are human, one of you, this planet looks very familiar. For the rest of you, not so much.
That one's called Connecticut. I don't know why they put so many syllables in that one, but it's okay.
If you think Connecticut has many syllables, Doogie, you should see some of my chemical compounds. By the
Ooh,
way,
boy.
taste this. Let me know if it's more lemon than lime.
Yeah, you're still. Oh boy, this could be a major.
Wait, that was the wrong beaker. I'm just
a major
It was
plot
the wrong beaker.
the creation of Solarian Sprite. Okay, so anyway, the other thing you can see is that there's like space battle debris on a large scale, like above you in kind of all directions, as well as a lot of other ships that are, up and around and moving. You can see what appears to be a cluster of fairly large ships kind of up the ward, like at the end of the ward. You can see like the Presidium ring up ahead of you. Presumably you're flying that direction because that's where hopefully things that don't suck as much are. And there's a number of kind of hanging in space within the Presidium ring are a number of very large ships, like clearly dreadnought size. And that all seem to be reasonably intact. And also nobody's shooting at anybody, so that's probably good. Anyway, it's at about this point that you notice that the little like Bluetooth indicator on the dash is blinking to indicate that you have a call.
I'm the first to smash it. What's up?
knows we're
You know
here?
who it is. This is.
Don't answer.
This
It's
is-
probably a telemarketer.
They're
It's too
calling
late.
about this
This
space
is a
car's
lot.
extended warranty.
I was just
Thank
about
you.
to say.
Yeah,
Better not be about the extended warranty because I swear to God, we don't have a warranty. So wrong tree you're barking up.
What the young man is trying to say is that you have contacted the Black Hole Suns. What can we do for you today?
Under the facial.
Sweet.
Mhm.
All right. There's a bit of a pause, as though whoever was on the other end didn't exactly expect that to pick up the phone. But then says, Black Hole Sun's vessel. Do you require rescue?
Do we require rescue?
I think
Take
we
your hand
require
off the
rescue.
intercom when you ask that, Doogie.
We're driving around in a car in space. We require rescue.
What's in it for us?
Oh my god.
Affirmative. Black Hole
Yeah.
Sun's reply in the affirmative.
Does this thing have an airlock?
Doogie, should we switch seats?
No, I'm cozy. I got my butt groove going.
Certain,
I feel like we just became Mass Effect Guardians of the Galaxy in one scene.
Quite possibly, yes. I think that's what's happened here. Anyway, there's another pause, and then the response comes. It says, "Are you certain? It seems there is some disagreement. We are willing to hold until your group has reached consensus."
Does it sound
Jeff
like
is
a
gonna reach
person?
forward and
Sounds kind of
grab a
robotic.
hold
Yeah.
of Doogie. It's like, yes, we need rescue. Come help us.
Okay. There's another pause, and then it says, acknowledged. Please specify the number of organics which require rescue by their model type.
Oh.
Well, that's not good.
Let me do. I'd like to do like an insight kind of thing on that one.
You certainly can.
Yeah. What's my insight? Oh, I don't have anything. I don't have any skills in that, so it's just a single dice. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, you can just apply your mind to this if you don't have any relevant
okay.
skills.
Okay. Cool. All right. In that case, I have a mind of 3.
You can roll 3 dice then.
All right.
I got half a mind.
In that case, you roll 2 dice and take the
Alright.
lower one.
Looks like a success there. Yeah, because that
Yeah.
phrasing did not sound reassuring.
What's okay? Can you? Well, okay. I'll just say
well,
like,
I
yeah.
guess-
That
I'm sorry.
you're. I'll tell you this much. Your personal familiarity with them notwithstanding, you're talking to a synthetic. You know that much.
Fucking synths.
And okay, there's no way to beat around the bush. What's Klanik's personal familiarity with Geth?
It's fine. We all knew they were Geth. I
I
think
know, right?
so. He's definitely scientifically fascinated, but I would not say that's like an area of study he's really like conducted. Like his kind of like he's definitely like field medic expertise. He obviously knows Krogan stuff. He knows Solarians because of working with this group. He knows Quarians and humans, but I would not say Geth are a specialty. He very much wants it to be, but it is not.
Then I'll tell you this: you're definitely you know just by the sort of the intonation and the phrasing that you're speaking with either a virtual you're probably speaking with a virtual intelligence.
Right.
You know, at least, if not some other form of artificial intelligence.
Got it. Well, I don't necessarily doubt the veracity of the rescue offer, but you all should know whatever's on the other end of that thing is not natural intelligence. It's artificial. Geth.
How does Zari feel about this?
Is quiet. Kind of one of those, we need help. I mean, how else are we going to get out of like away from the Citadel safely? And this has been, I mean, like off the bat, this has so far been our only for sure shot, maybe.
I'm going to reach out and just hover my hand over the intercom button and not like hit it yet, but just look around at everybody and just, very well, are we making contact?
I mean, worst comes to worst, we just take their ship and run, right?
It
I
won't be
suppose
that
we
easy.
can.
Worst comes to
It won't be
worst.
that easy.
Best case scenario, we finally start making a name for the Black Hole Suns.
I think it's a pretty good name.
I meant a
I think
reputation.
I'd rather
Doogie.
die. I think I'd rather die in a Geth ship than in this car. So that's my answer.
All right, I hold down on the button.
Yep.
4 organic life forms need rescue.
Acknowledged. Clarify. What model of organics, and how many of each?
Oh, I hate this.
1 Solarian, 1 human, 1 Quarian, 1 Krogan.
I'm a good old-fashioned meat popsicle.
And an apple
It's
pie.
just me and Medusa.
Yeah.
Just me and Medusa.
Yeah.
Mwah.
Anyway, yes, acknowledged. Is the creator's envirosuit fully intact?
Yes, it is.
Acknowledged. There's sort of a brief pause, and then it says, coordinates are being dispatched. A humanoid transport platform will be arriving at that location shortly.
After a brief pause, Doogie just vents Medusa.
Thermal clip steam starts to like sort of fill about a fifth of the cockpit.
Doogie, why would you do that in such tight quarters?
Oh, it's a good girl.
Mm.
Yeah, for real. Like he just like expended hot brass in the car.
He's hotboxing.
Car with thermal magazine. Oh, great. Okay. And yeah, unless you have any other things that you want to say to whoever it is you're talking to, they do not appear to be terribly inclined to volunteer
Right.
anything else.
Well, I guess
Nope.
we find
Duff
out.
just kind of gets comfortable and is like, wake me when we're about to die.
Yeah, it's nice to see that Chuff's an optimist.
Chuff, I'm
Um,
afraid if I were to do that, you would never sleep.
All right, excellent. So, I assume, unless you tell me otherwise, you may start heading towards the indicated the coordinates that were sent to you.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Cool. Okay. As you do so, you might be able to notice that up, like far above and away from you, if any of you are being particularly paranoid and watching for it, you might notice that there is a vessel that appears to be sort of loosely not paralleling you, but it's like kind of moving languidly in that same direction. It's a very large vessel, definitely not like it's not going to be touching down on the Citadel, but it has that sort of those kind of vaguely insectoid lines that that large Geth ships do. And this one's big. Like it's, maybe not Dreadnought big, but it's close. Anyway, so you're going that way. It's kind of coming in from the side. Yeah, when you get to the indicated location, it appears to be like a large sort of plaza park area. That a skyscraper has sort of collapsed across, which makes it very exciting. But there's still a lot of open ground, so it's a good spot for like a frigate-sized ship could conceivably touch down here.
Like a nice boss arena.
Yeah, yeah, anyway, so as you sort of enter this airspace, those of you who are flying promptly get very annoyed by something, which is it seems as though somebody is shining a laser pointer at your cockpit, kind of. You see like a laser kind of go across the glass, but it's actually 2 lasers, and they're kind of moving in like a twin-linked sort of a way.
Well, given our current situation, Klanik is going to tell everybody to just, like, duck. Like, if we see lasers pointed at our faces.
I shut my eyes and start driving just by feel. I have the blast.
Doogie, I'll say again, we
We
should
went full
switch
circle.
seats.
Are we going to try using the Force here? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
Oh, you
absolutely.
first, Dookie.
Fuck these lasers. I'm good.
If I remember correctly, you're co-piloting to Zero's pilot. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Zero, are you also going to just cover your eyes and hope for the best?
Absolutely not. She sees him kind of like veering, and she'll reach over and like course correct, just like
No. All right. Okay. So again, I'm messing with you a little bit. All of you probably already know what's happening here, but those of you've been fighting and surviving on the Citadel for a while, so you're kind of familiar with what is happening right now. One laser pointer is a bad time. 2 laser pointers moving kind of in tandem is a super bad time. Because, yeah, in case you haven't figured it out yet, that indicates that there's a Ravager nearby.
Laser Floyd. Oh.
No, not that.
I thought it was just sniper rifles.
No,
God.
yes. Yeah. Even really good snipers have a hard time moving their lasers like completely in sync, which for a Ravager is not a problem. So anyway, the point of all of this, and where we're going to be leaving it for today, is someone who's piloting, or both of you, you choose. I would like a piloting check as the
Oh boy.
you might evasive action is kind of the order of business right now, quite frankly.
And it's just with pilot. So it's just 1.
Well, it also depends on like how are you evading, because that will depend which stat you're adding, like
I'd
which
like
attributes.
to do
Oh, what now?
a barrel roll.
You'd like to do it? Well, I mean, hey, that fixes everything. Okay, I think serpentine. All right. I mean, I would say like either of those, like I don't know, body maybe for reflexes.
Oh no.
Yeah.
All right, so I got 2d6.
Sweet, let's do it.
All right.
Also, you do have someone who knows how to pilot who's helping, I guess. So if you want to throw in a d6, I'll let you do it.
Me too.
Helping.
I'm imagining it's like some drunken master stuff. It's like fumbling, but doing so just wonderfully.
Hey, that's a good roll.
Hey!
You can dodge projectiles if you can't actually see them. Okay.
That's your monk
So,
roots coming back.
All right. So you do a barrel roll and drop altitude fast to try to get out of the line of fire. And as you do so, a volley of like explosive projectiles kind of go ripping through the space where the air car was, and tear a nice chunk out of the building you were passing by. But you are able to by barrel rolling and then just down really fast to just try to get away from where they can see you. You're actually able to bring the air car down into a hard landing, not a crash, not exactly a crash. You might need to work on it a little before it flies again. Whatever, it's fine. But you're able to bring it down, into a nice controlled hard landing, like basically on the edge of the sort of like plaza area that you spotted. As you kind of the dust sort of clears, you can see like there's a couple of like laser beams kind of like sweeping back and forth, not over the car, but nearby. So they're around. And we'll leave it.
Nailed it.
We'll leave it there.
Landing.
We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there for next time. With you guys having not completely crashed, but not exactly out of the woods yet.
All right. Well, we'll wrap up this for us Mass Effect trilogy next week then. Reed, thanks again for letting us try out your system.
This was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now we got
thank you.
Absolutely.
gangs all
Glad to hear.
here. The Black Hole Suns are all here. We're ready to go.
right. Thanks for playing, everyone.
Yeah. All right, stream. We'll see you next week for more of this. Later.